Good morning, all. It's 29 minutes past 9. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your devices are off. Order. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Lo. Good morning, Mr. Bodlani. Good morning to you too, Colonel.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Council.
Morning, Commissioners, and morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chair.
Commissioners, just to place on record, I learned this morning from the Colonel that the docket disclosed to us, which we've been working off from yesterday, is incomplete. So it transpires that there are some documents we did not get, and the explanation for that is that the actual docket is actually in two parts. We seem to have been finished with the one part. So we are running copies of what has since been provided to us, which is the second part of the docket, and we will be updating your files accordingly. I do not know the extent to which the Colonel would like to refer to that second part of the docket, which we currently don't have. But I suggest that perhaps we proceed and we'll see where we get. Should we be confronted with that situation before the second part of the docket is finished to all of you, we will either stand the issue down or we'll find a way to manage it. Colonel, would that work for you, that approach?
That will work, I think, Chair, because one of the documents that you have is the main affidavit of myself in that second bundle that came at the end of the bundle. So I may make reference to it at a later stage as you speak, but we'll be guided by that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe I wasn't correct in what I communicated to the commissioners. We might be missing, you say, some chunks within the docket. Because if we have the last one that I referred to, I had it, I think, as A32 in my files, which is what the commissioners have. You want to refer to that. You are suggesting, if I understand, that we are missing. You explained that they go up to A36. And I thought that if our version goes up to A32, we therefore are missing 33 to 36. But you seem to suggest that there is more, or what I thought was missing, in fact, is in the file. So are you able to shed light exactly on what we are missing? It's okay. So it's all right. I paused. It's my mistake.
I take care of Chair's word yesterday for the transcript, so I put back. You have 832. I think that is the main affidavit. So
yes.
The rest up to 836, we can deal with as we.
You won't be needing them at least until tea time.
Not necessary unless something comes to the fore from your line of questioning, then we can go there. But I think you have 832 and 819. So it's fine. I was under the impression you only had up until 827. Okay. Because that's the first disclosure bundle, and then the remaining came on the second disclosure bundle. Thank you.
That's fine. Then I think you accept my proposed approach. Should it become necessary to refer to something we don't have, we will stand down that issue and then come back to it after tea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Advocate Lodge, before you start, what you call A32, the affidavit we looked at yesterday, we have it as A19 and then 1 in brackets. That's why we were struggling figuring out where it is. So I'm wondering if there are some documents that are duplicated in the docket and whether the second part does not contain the same documents that are in the first part.
Could possibly be, based on your comment and question, Commissioner. But perhaps then, to avoid confusion, we'll try and refer to the documents by name, wherever they are located in the file, and avoid calling them A19 or A32, because that might create problems. So far, there is that one document we know that the Colonel wants to deal with. And during tea, hopefully, we will sort something out. Thank you. Thank you. Colonel, just a recap from yesterday. You recall that our exercise intended to determine what I call the start point and the end point. The end point being the application for the issue of warrants of arrest. And I had suggested that the start point is the A1 statement, which is the statement of Mr. Fadil Adams. And the end point, for my purposes, is that application for the warrant of arrest.
That's correct, as of yesterday.
Yes.
And you said you are in possession of the 832. The 832 statement is, you got the A19, which is the application for the warrants,
Yes.
the affidavit for the warrants. Then you will have an affidavit, it's a complete affidavit that covers the whole thing, covers the start till up to till the building of the, excuse me, till the warrant of arrest. It means gives you the whole package.
Okay.
up until the warrants.
Okay. What is that affidavit called? So we can say. We have given up on A19, A32, the numbers. So if you could just give a description of that affidavit, and we'll try and see if we can track it down in the meantime.
How you would, can I speak? How you would differentiate between the two? The one is the application, is an application in support of the warrants.
Yes.
That's how you'll distinguish. That's A19.
Yes.
The other 832 is just a plain affidavit. The heading is affidavit, either undersigned Brian Padiachi. So that's an affidavit.
It doesn't say what it was furnished in support of. It doesn't say the purpose for which the affidavit was signed. On the face of the document itself, it doesn't.
I'm not getting you. I just want to say something quickly.
Yes.
Excuse me, Chair, through you. Advocate Sello, sometimes I can't hear you.
Oh,
And I have to lean front. And that's why when we spoke earlier, when it came to the discussion between yourself and my counsel that you're present, I couldn't really hear properly.
No, I do apologize. Please indicate each time my voice drops too low. I
Thank you.
apologize for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
I think we will try and locate. Do you know how many affidavits you have, at least, so that we search amongst them? Then we'll try and locate the one you specifically reference.
Yes.
How many affidavits do you have in the docket?
Just before you itemize them, I too am interested to know what A32, for what purpose A32 was deposed to.
Can I speak to
You do explain 19, but and then A32?
832 is what we call an anchor affidavit.
Anchor affidavit.
Anchor affidavit.
Yes.
Yes. It contains the whole scenario of everything, from start up until the.
And why would you have to depose to an anchor affidavit? For what purpose would you ordinarily do that?
It gives the whole start of how of everything, what we did, the investigation up until the time that it finishes off there, where we go for the.
And for whose consumption is it intended?
It's for the court.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Chair. When
No.
I go and testify,
Okay.
I will be running from my anchor affidavit,
Oh,
because
okay.
there's no real affidavit for myself per se, like how you would have an A1 affidavit in the docket. So that's
Okay.
why us as investigators, we call it an anchor affidavit.
Okay, so it's intended for court.
Yes, it's intended
All
for
right,
court.
all
It is
right,
for
all
court.
right, all right,
All
all
the
right.
A bundles
Okay.
from A1 to A36 is intended for court.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, just then to clarify, this morning I was, in light of the recap I gave, I wanted us to deal with the timeline, basically to look at the chronology of events from the A1, from the moment a decision was taken to investigate up until the arrests were effected. I wanted to look at that timeline. Now my question is, the affidavit that you specifically referred to, is it relevant for that purpose?
Yes.
Can I try and work through the chronology as I have it based on that part of the docket that we had received? And then we will see whether it's necessary to find this second affidavit you reference. I propose that we start and then we see how far we can go without the affidavit for the moment.
We can, Chair, but when you look at my affidavit that I'm talking about, it starts with factual background.
Okay.
Gives the introduction and then it starts with the factual background of the flow of events.
That's fine. Chair, may I propose a 5-minute stand down just to sort out this affidavit? If we must run copies, at least it's before the Colonel, he then is able to give this chronology of events based on his own document, yes.
I will not say 5 minutes. Will come in when you indicate we should do so. Thank you.
Chair.
Adjourn.
We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, we have located, no, we haven't located. We've been furnished with the affidavit that Colonel Padiachi refers to. Just to confirm, Colonel, it's an affidavit dated the 11th of August, 2025. It's a 13-page document. It just names it as an affidavit. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair. Commissioners.
For the record, can you describe the affidavit so that future readers will know which affidavit? How would you formally describe this affidavit, either by way of reference to purpose or otherwise?
I will look at this affidavit, and I know for the greater out that side that they would not understand what an anchor affidavit is, but we call it an anchor affidavit,
Okay.
which gives you a background into the whole investigation.
Thank you. And Commissioners, your exhibit file goes up to CJC 382. I propose, for the purpose of the record, we mark this affidavit CJC 383. It is not paginated for the moment, so we will make reference to the typed page numbers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And as always, I'll rely on the attorneys to sort
Indeed.
out mine.
Indeed, Chair. Thanks.
And my apologies for it, Chair.
On this, I always say mine because my co-commissioners have never moaned about this. But for the first time, Commissioner Baloyi is.
We apologize. It was unforeseen circumstances, Commissioners. Yes, Colonel, you wanted to say something?
Thank you. Chair, Commissioners, and I must tender my apology there on the disclosure of the documents. We had two disclosures. The first one from A1 to A27, not to the evidence leader, but when we were disclosing at court. And then we had a second disclosure. So when we copied the bundles for the evidence leader council, we copied the first one. And then when I was looking into it, I see, but it's only up to A27 when there's an A36. So that's when I sent all the documents last night.
Thank you. Understood. We have it now, so at least we have everything before us that would assist in determining the chronology of events. So I propose that we follow my chronology. You keep that affidavit to the side, and to the extent that you conclude that I have either skipped an important step in my chronology, which is reflected in this affidavit, you will reference the affidavit and then we shall include it. Would that work as an approach? Would that work? Okay, you distracted yourself somewhat. Okay, I'll try again. My proposal to you is we work off the chronology as I've prepared it based on the documents that I had. And if anywhere in that chronology or timeline, there is a step I miss because I didn't have a particular document, but that step is reflected in the affidavit we've just introduced, CJC 383, that's how we've marked it for ourselves, then please refer us to this affidavit and the particular paragraph or page that you would like us to take consideration of, and we will slot it in the chronology. Would that work as an approach?
Yes, Counsel, I will point it out to you.
Yes.
The importance of it is that it gives it in chronological order, the factual background, how it started.
Okay, then perhaps let's do it how it best works for you. I'm just quickly flipping through it to see the dates. You recall, we start with a date sometime in December of 2024. That's my start point. It would have been the 27th of November, 2024, which is the date of the Section 27 affidavit. But you didn't see that one. You reference a decision made by the Case Evaluation Committee, which you say is in December 2024. So for the record, that's what we have, December, and that's my start date.
Yes.
So without going into the detail of the facts justifying the investigation, let's work through this affidavit and highlight the key dates that are important that you want the commissioners to have regard to. And I'll try and slot them into my timeline as we speak. Then we'll deal with my chronology of events. I'm happy to give you a first shot at this.
Thank you.
I remember that we are not dealing with who did what and when. We're just looking at the key dates, what happened on what date that is reflected on this document.
Thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioners. I think it will give us a better understanding from when we started with the 27. And first of all, when it comes to the 27, as I indicated, I never received the 27. So there were people at management, legal minds, who made a decision that the investigation should be authorized. As a result of that authorization, we have the preliminary investigation, which comes down to our level. We are authorized to investigate the matter preliminary. So the investigation starts from there. It's a broad investigation from the briefing given by the Chief Criminal Investigator, who we directly report to. The briefing is done in the form of a briefing. This is the scenario. This is whatever is there.
Do you want to give a date? Because as I understood it, Ms. Sillo is very much interested in dates.
In dates?
Yes.
So, Commissioner, I cannot remember specific dates, but it was during December 2024. And as I must remind Commissioner that during a certain part of December 24 to January, I went on leave and I was out of the country. The investigation starts, preliminary investigation. Obviously, as an investigator, as I explained, that when something is given to us, it's an allegation. Sometimes the facts will be very, very minimum, but we have to investigate. So we start the investigation process, and when we, say for example, we start the investigation, and we find there, but there is nothing, then we will have to close the investigation because there's nothing. Or we cannot find anything to substantiate or support what is there. But if we find something, a crime that's been committed, we've already started the investigation, we've commenced with it. We will start now by proving, getting more evidence to support this crime that has been committed. So the preliminary investigation is what it's all about. That's why you'll find that some affidavits are taken in January, which is the start, but at the end of the day, when we look at it, the docket is registered in June, because the preliminary starts first. The investigation starts first and it builds up until the time when you are saying, okay, it's now a full-blown investigation, right, and we're going to start, we need to register this docket. So because IDAC does not have its own case dockets of IDAC, we use the SAPS dockets. So you would go and you would register the dockets, and you've taken a statement in January, but your docket is opened in June. So on your preamble, I call it the 3MA and 3MB, your preamble that we were discussing, that has to be completed. It's for the administration of the docket purposes on the system at the station. So therefore, you will have an affidavit that is taken earlier on, but it's in the docket or attached to the 3MA, 3MB. And that was the thing with the date there. So move on from,
Sorry, before you move on,
Commissioner.
the preliminary investigation, what you refer to as preliminary investigation, is that the part that falls under an inquiry?
Inquiry.
Remember, you mentioned an
Inquiry.
inquiry and you said it has its own number and
Yes.
own file.
That's correct.
Okay.
And to add on it, Commissioner, that inquiry doesn't have a CAS number. It will have a CIN, what we call it, a reference number. So whatever we do or whatever we do, if we have to travel somewhere, the reference is that CIN. If we take and apply for a summons or documents, that's the reference number. But once the case docket is registered, that inquiry number will fall off and you will start using the CAS number. So that's the start. The investigation starts. There are allegations that are made. So the next step is to now go and look for supportive evidence. You will subpoena documents. So that is exactly what we did. We compiled a subpoena and we served documents on the National Commissioner for various documents according to the allegations. So when you say there's a promotion, we want the appointment dockets, everything. We want the personal files. We want the vetting files. We want the Secret Service account, that, and that. Now, these documents are classified. So we also asked for the documents to be declassified. So the National Commissioner at that moment was General Masimula. He declassified all those documents, and there were quite a number of files that he brought to us. So when those files were brought to us, we perused those files. And it is then that moment in time when some of the allegations came to light that, look, this is indeed so. It confirms the allegation. But with that allegation, you still have to get an affidavit. And that's how we go with the affidavits from there until we build up to a point. Now, Chair, Commissioners, we do the investigation. After we're done with the investigation, it is presented to the prosecutors. Is there enough in your investigation to support a charge? Is there enough to support, the first person, is there enough? The suspect is identified. Is there enough evidence there to support the charge against the suspect? So they make those decisions. Either they take what we give them and use it, or they reject it, or they say, go further and this is what further we need. So it may mean that with this further guidance from the prosecutors, you'll have to requisition more documents, you may have to interview more people until they are satisfied, look, we are now at this point where we are ready, the suspect's identified, we have evidence to support the charges, and then it moves to the next step of your application for, I don't want to jump a step. Once they are satisfied that they have sufficient, they will start with a draft charge sheet, they will start with a memo, and then they will present that to the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, who's responsible for that leg or team. They will have to convince him to say, look, this is what we have. When he looks at it and he says, no, okay, fine, it's enough here to move forward to the next level. So he has to now take everything with the charge sheet and present it before management and the head of the office. So the head of the office has a look at the charges, what is there, and they give the go-ahead to say, okay, yes, we can go ahead. All right? So I actually jumped into the full-blown investigation. The first is the preliminary, where it's submitted to the prosecutors, presented to the deputy director, and then presented to management, and they are satisfied, yes, this should go into a full-blown investigation. Then a full-blown investigation is authorized under Section 28(1). So it comes back again, where we now build a case docket, and then the draft charge sheet is done, the presentation to management and the head of the office, where after that a consultation note is done to the Director of Public Prosecutions in that particular region to prosecute the matter. That Director of Prosecution can say, yes, you can proceed, she's satisfied, or he's satisfied, you can prosecute the matter and go forward. So once that is done, then we have to, because of the nature of the offense when it comes to a Schedule 5 offense or more serious, we prepare bail affidavits. We got the bail affidavits, we got the charge sheets, then the next step is the making arrangements for the court. The applications for the J50s are done. You go to the magistrate, you present your affidavit to the magistrate, and it's scrutinized there. And obviously sometimes they are not satisfied with it. They say that they're not satisfied with it, so you have to go back and rectify whatever queries they have. At the end of the day, the warrants are issued. Once the warrants are issued, a planning is done, and in most cases that what we do, Chair, Commissioners, we try to do whatever we do in a professional way. Although we have a warrant of arrest, we don't go to your home, phone you, please come with your attorney, your legal representative, I have a warrant for you. Please come to the police station with your legal representative where the warrant is executed and processed, and thereafter the court process. So that is the flow process of my explanation, which I tried to explain, but I had some difficulty with it, but now I've given it to you. But one thing what I want to say, Chair, Commissioners, I have no insight into Section 27. And yes, as Commissioner Baloy said, you know, as an investigating officer, you should have got that 27. But in our workspace where we are, we're getting a briefing from the chief. We believe in what he says. He gives us the guidance. There is that scenario there, and at all given times, it's an allegation. So we go out, we investigate. And if we find there's nothing, we come back and we tell the chief, hey, there's nothing here. And it ends there. We're not going to go and look and scratch for something that is not there or make up something. But that's where it is. That's where it ends there. With regards to the Section 27 and the reversal, when the Section 27 comes, it goes to the head of the office. And the head of office, together with their management, whatever they do, they are the legal-minded. In terms of the act and everything that they do, they will look at it. By the time it comes to our office or down to our level, it's authorized. That's our authority to carry on, and we comply. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Colonel. Was it only in this instance that an investigator did not get the Section 27 referral, or is your testimony that the chiefs never ever give that referral to investigators?
Commissioners, I've never received...
You may have dealt with this, but there's no harm in you repeating it.
No problem, Chair. In all the investigations that I've conducted, and there are a few of them, I've never had insight into the 27. From the briefing, we're getting a briefing.
Yes.
Because it's I'll put it this way, because it's handled at management level and dealt with there, for us, it's just the authorization, proceed with your investigation. That's what's important to us.
Okay.
Proceed, carry on with your investigation.
So in your understanding, that's the case with with other investigators as well. They too never get the Section 27 referral.
Within the investigators...
To your knowledge?
I do not know. To my knowledge, I do not know.
You don't know?
There are many, there are not one chief criminal investigator.
I referred to chiefs, plural.
Chiefs.
I referred to chiefs, plural.
Yes, sir. So, I would not have knowledge.
So you do not know about other investigators as well, whether they do get these from the chiefs? You do not know?
Can I respond to you?
Yes.
The other chiefs and their teams, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
But, Colonel, this is not the first case you've investigated. In previous cases that you investigated, did you get the Section 27 referral?
No, sir. I did not get the 27 referral. On the other cases where I assisted in the investigations, I did not have sight into Section 27. That's why, for me, when you are asking me about the Section 27, it's like I've never... Thank you, sir.
Can I just ask, does that mean The fact that you rely on a briefing, does that mean you have no role at all in what charge is formulated?
That is correct. I have no authority. That's for the prosecutors to determine. It's their space. Because they must decide, because it's prosecution-led, they decide to prosecute or not to prosecute.
Yeah, I'm asking a different question. So here, for example, in the Mukwele matter, you've got charges of fraud, for example. You would not have had any input into whether what you have gathered in your investigation, whether preliminary or the main investigation, whether it supports that charge of fraud. You have no input in that.
From the investigation and what evidence we gather, for example, where you can see fraud, when we're presenting your investigation, what we found here misrepresentation, fraud, in your investigation, because it shows on your investigation and your statements, the crime is there. It's for them to see whether there is enough for that alleged crime to stand, and for them to put that in the charge. But where I'm not sure this is going to answer your question, Commissioner Boloy, is that do we influence the prosecutor saying, no, look here, this is fraud, this is corruption? No, we don't have control over that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. You are still dealing with CJC 383, this new extra affidavit you just submitted. And I just wanted to make sure that you have highlighted all the dates that you consider relevant, reflected in this document. Do you have them?
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, Counsel. May I?
Absolutely, yes, please.
May I ask, would it not be possible for me to read it into the record, and so that the flow can come there, or we flow? But I'll be guided by you.
Please not.
No.
Just rather, yes.
Thank you, sir.
It's got a whole lot of factual background that, though important, is not relevant for the particular exercise I want. But I assure you, we will get to the factual issues that are reflected here, because I intend to deal with them during the course of the day. Just not now. Right now, it's just dates issues, to know what happened on what date. So is there anything in this affidavit? I don't see a date necessarily, but I could very well have missed it. Do you see a date that between December 2024 and June 2025, when the members of the panel were arrested? Is there any date in this particular affidavit that I should have regard to and make sure that I do not skip in setting out my chronology?
I think I will be guided by you, Counsel,
Okay.
when you come to specifics, and then we
Okay.
can look to see if there's a date, or
All right.
can you remember a date, and then I will respond accordingly.
Just then to remind ourselves, if you look at section 27 affidavit, which that would be at page 512. CJC 373, we've dealt with that affidavit. Yes, file 2.
File 2.
CJC?
CJC 373 at page 512, Commissioner.
I have it.
Thank you. Now, paragraph 1 of that affidavit tells us that the deponent, and I read, first opened 3 cases in Cape Town Police Station with case numbers, and they are set out. You see that?
Correct.
It's on your version, the case numbers are not blocked out, so you can see And
Yes.
all of them bear, you remember that middle, in the cast number, that middle number, they all bear the number 10, which means October.
That's correct.
So they were all, the three we now know were opened in October.
That's correct.
Then the deponent deals with other issues. Do you know the date on which these dockets were opened in October?
I'm not too sure offhand, but I can just maybe try and check it on.
Okay, maybe let me ask you a different question. Do you have the dockets? Because the docket would tell us, it has a date.
The physical docket.
Do you have
Yes.
copies of the dockets
Yes.
in the main docket?
Yes.
The docket you disclosed to us?
No, that docket was not disclosed to you.
Okay.
The original dockets that were opened by Mr. Adams has not been disclosed to you.
Okay. So I did think that I couldn't locate them in what was disclosed to us. So I propose another way of trying to determine the date, because that date becomes important. You have by your feet another file. It's Mkwanazi annexures. And we are looking for MK15 in Mkwanazi annexures. These are the annexures to General Mkwanazi's statement to the Commission. And we are looking for MK15. Now, MK15 is a report by Lieutenant General Jacobs, who is the Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate. If you go to page 271, 270, that's where it starts, that's the cover page, and at 271, at the bottom, it gives his designation. This report you'll see is dated the 30th of July 2025.
That's correct.
But this report records everything according to General Jacobs that transpired from the moment they, as the inspectorate, became aware of the issues that are referenced in their section 27, particularly the dockets opened in Cape Town. Yes, please, go ahead.
Council Chair, Commissioners, when I looked at the documents I think you sent yesterday, additional MK, whatever, on that I've only have 2 pages. I do not have the remaining part of it.
No, they were not sent yesterday. I didn't send any documents yesterday.
There were documents.
I think they were provided to you
updated documents which
on
I saw.
Friday, together with the exhibit bundle given to you on Friday.
There was an email that came with updated documents and it said MK, but I'll try and
Okay,
get- yeah.
let's not unduly detain ourselves. I'll
that's okay.
accept that you only got 2 documents,
Yes.
2 pages
Yes.
of a bigger document. I don't know how that transpired. We will see where the glitch was in their administration. But for the moment, let's work off this document. We will perhaps have to go slower to give you an opportunity to wrap your mind around the contents of the report.
Okay.
So then just to give you perspective, as you see, I don't know which pages you got the 2, but this is the report of the Inspectorate, Lieutenant General, the Inspector of the Inspectorate, if that is what, Lieutenant General Jacobs. That much you were able to deduce from the documents you got, the 2.
Yes,
Sorry,
that's
Mr. Lilo. May the attorneys just check what the kennel has, please?
That's the document.
Chair, I think the kernel is looking at the actual annexure bundle, so it would be the complete MK15. What I understood the kernel to point out is that when this document was shared, MK15, the annexure, was shared with him for purposes of preparation, he only got 2 pages of the entire bundle. So perhaps during tea, we will look at what he received by email and try and determine how he was provided with only 2 pages of what is more than 20 pages, yes.
Okay, so he's got what we have, but
Yes, what he has before him now.
in a different bundle.
Yes. Do you agree with my explanation, Colonel?
Council.
Oh, no, I was saying, do you agree with the explanation I provided to the commissioners, which is the file you have before you
Yes.
is the original annexure MK15 and should be complete for our purposes, and that the point you raised earlier was that the same annexure, when was shared with you previously for purposes of preparation, you appear to have received only 2 pages of that.
That's correct.
Yes. So I was proposing to the chair that during the tea break, we'll try and see how that came to be. And I apologize for that to the extent that it may have happened.
And that being said, Council, that I haven't had insight into it, I'd like to have the opportunity of looking at the annexures, and unless you're going to, if you're going to deal with it now, I'd like to have insight into it, because what I'm looking here specifically is the date.
I'll take you to
May
the
I-
date.
May I make this suggestion? If you have something else you may deal with, why don't we do that and give the Colonel an opportunity over the tea break, perhaps?
Here's my
But
difficulty.
If you have no difficulty doing it that way.
I have a huge difficulty, unfortunately, Chair, and as the Colonel was speaking, I was trying to think very fast if there's a solution to the problem. The problem is the docket as it stands. It's very difficult to determine the chronology. What I've been able to establish in preparation is the chronology from October 2024 to, as I said, I'm aiming for June 2025. And one of the best annexures before the, on record already, is MK15, which is what General Mkwanazi submitted. So
May we stand down
for him to acquaint
for
himself.
5 minutes for you, Mr. Bodlani, and the Colonel to have a discussion and see how long he would require to go through whatever material,
We shall
this exhibit and whatever else.
No, we shall do so, Chair. I'm happy to.
We'll come back when you indicate.
Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
adjourn.
It's been decided that we will take the tea break now and return at 11:10. Thanks. It's 11:09. Please make sure that your devices are off, quiet. Thank you.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think, firstly to say, we have resolved the challenge. But before we proceed, I think it's only appropriate to apologize to Colonel Padiachi. The Commission administration failed him. It is correct, he only got 3 pages of Annexure MK15, which is made up of more than 20 pages. Technically, what appears to have happened is somebody decided to draw out only the first 3 pages of Annexure MK15 and provide him that. And that basically are the cover pages to the report that we still need to engage with. The dates that I wanted to reference in order to determine our timeline are included in the annexes to that report. The purpose, as the chair would, the commissioners would appreciate, of giving the witnesses the documents the evidence leaders intend to rely upon ahead of their appearance is to enable them to familiarize themselves with their contents and to consider them in the context of their own testimony. Now, we were denied that opportunity because of this administrative problem. But most importantly, it serves 2 purposes. We don't intend to prejudice witnesses. It's to make sure that the witness is fully appraised of the documents that the evidence leaders will rely on. But most importantly, it does not assist the Commission when we, quote unquote, spring such documents on the witness and hope for a meaningful engagement. So, Chair, I think before we proceed, it's appropriate I place that on record. Colonel Padiachi was quite correct. That's what he received. I don't understand how, but this is where we are. But I think he's deserving of the Commission's apology. Thank you, Chair.
Which you are tendering.
Which I'm tendering unreservedly, Chair. I think.
Thank you, Mr. Lolo. Colonel, you want to say something? Please place yourself on record. I see that Mr. Bodlani, he did ask to be excused. I think in my mother tongue, and then filter and speak.
Good morning, Chair and the Commissioners. Unfortunately, you are left to deal with me now. I've noticed you have not been greeting me since we started, but only Mr. Bodlani.
I never. Don't try to promote yourself. I never greet those who are being led.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
My surname is Ramatsekisa.
Yes.
Chair and the Commissioners, I confirm the submission by the evidence leader. And we appreciate that we have been afforded the opportunity for the witness to go through the annexures. And the witness is saying that it's not yet done, and he was asking for a bit of few minutes just to complete perusing the documents that he has been given. So we are in the hands of the court, but he was asking
Commission,
that if it could be...
Commission, not court.
My apologies. My apologies. We're in the hands of the commissioners. He was asking maybe until 12, but he might finish before that. He's just in the midway of the documents.
Colonel, thank you, Mr. Ramatsekisa. Marama?
Correct, Ramatsekisa.
Thank you. I've written it down. Colonel, it does seem you were hard done by, and Ms. Silo has tendered an apology. I hope you accept it.
Yes, Chair, it's understandable. I mean,
Yes.
the same happened to us. So
Yeah.
we offer counsel the same with the apology too as well.
Thank you, thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you. Something I've said repeatedly at this commission was said by Ms. Sillo when she was addressing us just now, and it is that this commission does not want to ever disadvantage a witness or to treat a witness unfairly. Where there are documents a witness is seeing for the first time, we either proceed on the basis that the witness may file a supplementary affidavit afterwards to address whatever issues the witness was not able to address as best as they wanted to when they testified in open session. So we always do our best to achieve that. That is fairness, basic fairness in treating all witnesses. When we said we would come back at 10 past, that was on the basis of what was indicated in an informal discussion outside, which was an expectation that you would be done going through the document /S by 10 past. But we are now faced with the reality that you are not done. Sorry, how much longer, or should we just adjourn and come back when it's indicated to us? What should we do? Should we how much more time do you require?
I don't think it's, can I speak, Chair?
Yes, yes.
Chair, Commissioners, I don't think it'll be much time. So as you always indicate, when you're ready, call us back.
But
So-
aren't you see where you are and you see what's left. Please indicate how much longer you require.
Perhaps 20 minutes.
20 minutes. We'll come back at 20 to 12. Let's adjourn.
Thank you.
Good morning again. It's 11:39. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Mr. Ramatsekisa, ready now.
Thank you, Chair. and
Is the Colonel
Commissioners.
ready now?
Yeah, he's ready.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I will... Colonel, I do apologize. I guess things got off to a bad start this morning, but I shall regroup. Colonel, as you now have become familiar with this annexure MK15, you do notice that it's actually a report in its entirety. It's a report of Lieutenant General Jacobs, as I'd indicated, dated the 30th of July 2025, and you were able to establish that attached to that report are a series of annexures that he references in his report. So, in working through this annexure, MK15, I will jump to specific documents for purposes of my timeline. You remember we still try to establish the timeline, and I do apologize that we're only starting to do so now. Please bear in mind the affidavit you submitted in the morning, CJC 383, so that if I skip any particular event in my timeline, we can pick it up from your affidavit. The one that you submitted this morning.
Mike, please.
Your microphones.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. So the one you submitted this morning, and for the record, we marked it, we give each a specific marking, exhibit number. So it's CJC 383. So I'm saying as I work through my timeline based on the documentation I had, if there's a specific date that I miss somehow, and it's contained in your affidavit, please feel free to refer me there, and I shall include it in the timeline.
Your anchor affidavit, as you called it.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So now, you recall we referenced, I think, paragraph 1 of Mr. Adams's Section 27 affidavit to know that he said he opened the dockets in Cape Town in October.
That's correct.
Now, as you saw in this annexure MK15, there are cover pages of those dockets, and I would like to refer to the first. The first is at page 303, in that same pack, MK15. And that it's got a case number. What's important for my purposes there is the date on which it's opened. And that should read, it reads on my copy 20/24/10/29 at 1430, I think. You confirm that?
I confirm.
So that's my first date. I've confirmed that the first docket in Cape Town was, or at least that one of the dockets in Cape Town was opened on the 29th of October at 2:30. I then have the next one, which would be at page 305. And that too bears the date of 29th of October 2024 and inserted a timestamp of 1430.
I confirm.
The third then would be at page 308. And that once again is 2024 October 29 at 1430.
I confirm.
So now we know our Cape Town dockets were opened on the 29th. I then tried to understand the next date. The next date would be when Mr. Adams, as he indicates in his affidavit, came to Gauteng to open what now we call the Orlando dockets. Unfortunately, I don't have those dockets. I can't put a definitive date on which that happened. Do you, by any chance, have those dates in your docket? Do you recall having them at all? Do you recall having the docket covers of the Orlando cases so
Yes.
that we can determine the date?
Yes, if council can bear with me, I can just check quickly.
Okay, if it's not too far, because otherwise we could park it and go to the next date. Because the next date I deal with takes into consideration the Orlando docket. So we know it will be between the 30th of October and this next date I'm going to deal with. Then during lunch we will check for the actual dates.
No problem.
I'm trying to save time because we've lost quite a bit. Okay, then the next date I have, we're still with MK15. We start at page 281. These are a series of emails that run until page 284. These have nothing to do with you. If you've never had sight of them, it's accepted. I don't expect you to comment about them, but you remember we're just trying to establish the timeline of different events. Now, if we, and we know with emails, we start from the last and work our way backwards. That's how they come out when they are printed. So our first email starts at page 283. At the bottom of 283, it's an email from somebody. It's addressed to Minister Mkunu. It's dated 1st of November 2024 at 8:21 in the morning.
Correct, Chair.
And if you flip over to page 284, it is from Honorable Fadil Adams. Now that email reads thus: I have opened, to Minister of Police, I have opened cases in the Western Cape on a number of senior subs personnel as per following case dockets as per Grand Central. Then he provides them. Second point, I was told that the dockets were intercepted. In my quest for justice, I traveled to Gauteng and opened following dockets as per Orlando SAPS. Then he provides a detail. The detail provided there, we can tell from the cast numbers that they too in Orlando were opened in October. You confirm that?
I confirm.
Then he continues, however, I've also been notified that the Gauteng Police Department has followed the same modus operandi as the Western Cape PC and is interfering in the investigative process. I apologize. I urgently and humbly ask the Minister to intervene and ensure the integrity of the investigative process is maintained to ensure a fair and just outcome. So that's our next date. First is the 29th of October, when they are opened in Cape Town. The next is that date yet to be determined in October, when they are opened in Orlando. And the 1st of November is a complaint to the Minister regarding interference or interception of both sets of dockets. Now, if you stay on page 283, the email above is now an email from Nkabinde CM. When General Mkwanazi testified, he advised that Nkabinde CM is the Chief of Staff in the Minister's Office. And you see that is dated 1 November 2024, 0904. And that is addressed to Major General Sibula and Brigadier Litoko. Subject line is charges laid by NCC. And Mr. Nkabinde writes as follows. I read the body of the email, second paragraph. The ministry has received this complaint from the Member of Parliament. In order for the ministry to respond accordingly, please furnish this office with a report in responding to this complaint and the details of the investigating officer who was assigned to investigate these cases. Your report is expected on Monday, 4th November 2024 at 1500 hours. So the Office of the Minister immediately acts upon this and directs the complaint to be dealt with and directs that complaint to Major General Sebola and Litoko. We need not concern ourselves about who they are, but that's what the email tells us. Then if we go back to page 282, at the bottom is now an email from somebody within SAPS. It's dated still the 1st of November 2024 at 11:45. And it is addressed to complaints nodal point, copying the Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate and a few others. And in this particular communication overleaf, before we go overleaf, at the bottom of 282, this person informs, kindly see the email below for your urgent attention, and important, feedback must reach the Office of the National Commissioner on Monday, 1200, and report to the Office of the Minister by Monday, the 4th November 2024 at 1500. Then still staying at page 282, at the top, it's now 11:59, about 12. This is from the National Inspectorate to a few other people, and it reads, please find email from Lieutenant Colonel Setati for urgent attention as directed by the National Commissioner. After receiving the email, it was followed by a call to humbly request for feedback to be submitted on or before 1200 on Monday, 4th of November 2024. You see that? Then lastly, at page 281, it's an email from one of the recipients of the previous email I just dealt with, addressed to other members of SAPS, and it would appear in particular to Colonel Van Rooyen, and reads, please ensure that this is urgently registered into N16 of 2017 VS2. Don't have to worry ourselves about that. Further down it reads, please take note and deal with this immediately. Engage the province directly, please. Also note the deadline set for Monday, 4th of November. So our next date is this flurry of activity on the 1st of November, triggered by Honorable Adams's complaint to the minister at 8 in the morning. So by 1 o'clock, I will then, it then records that it is being acted upon, and eventually by the, I don't know if it's appropriate to call them the complaints nodal, but the point where it was referred to as a complaint and with an urgent request to deal with, to enable the original person to whom the complaint was addressed from the minister's office to respond to the minister by the 4th of November.
Ms. Silo, a detail,
Yes.
just in case it becomes relevant, is also to note that the 1st of November, according to these messages, was a Friday.
Yes, I confirm it was a Friday.
And this activity was supposed to be reported on the Monday.
On Monday.
Thank you.
And in fact, that is confirmed in the email at page 282 from Lieutenant Colonel Bapela, who specifically requests that the report be provided by 1200 on Monday, 4th of November. So that should take care of that. Thank you so much. So the next day then, I have nothing between the 1st of November being a weekend and the 4th. My next date would be the 4th of November. We have established that's the due date for the report. Then the 4th of November, if we stay with that, an extra MK 15, we go to page 285. And It starts at 285, this particular document, but if we jump to 287, we'll see that it is a report by Major General, Acting Divisional Commissioner, Inspectorate, N.M. Dada, dated 4th of November 2024. It's a 3-page document, and then if we go back then to page 285, where it starts, it's an information note directed to the minister. It provides a purpose, the background, the background is as we have discussed. We know the opening of the 2 sets of dockets. Then there's a discussion, and then it deals with the nature of the complaints in the dockets. Now, if we stay at page 286, it states that at 3.1.1, the criminal allegations in the 6 cases which were opened are leveled against Generals Kumalo, Lushaba, Madondo, and Brigadier Ncube, and are centered on 4 specific matters, namely abuse of secret service account 1, 2, cover-up of criminal incident linked to Valeria case number, it's provided, and there's a note that the docket is locked in a safe at the police station and access thereto will only be available from 11 November 24. Third, failure to address Major General Madondo's results of the polygraph examination, wherein 2 incidents of tax evasion were uncovered. And lastly, practices of nepotism. So that's his summary, the author's summary of the contents of those dockets. The most important is at 287 for purposes of our timeline. And at the top, under 4, recommendation, and at 4.1, it reads, this office recommends that an extension of 10 working days is provided in order for the following to be conducted, whereafter a comprehensive report can be provided. 1, interview the complainant and obtain a detailed affidavit. 2, perusal of all criminal dockets, including Valeria case number provided. 3, determine if any other government department is investigating the same allegations. So this is submitted on the 4th of November to the minister. If you turn, then it's submitted by Major General Dada, and still at 287, you'll see that it's counted.
Looks like, just for
Yes.
accuracy, it's the 5th, not the 4th. It's submitted on the 5th of November. You see that because General Sibia signs it on the 5th on 287,
No,
bottom of that page.
Yes, Commissioner, I was saying it's signed on the 4th.
Yes,
Major General
on the 5th.
Dada on the 4th,
Yes.
dates it. He's the author of this document.
Yes.
Then the second signature I was going to go to is the signature at the bottom
Yes.
of the same page. And I say it seems to have gone to General Sibia,
Yes.
who signs it on the 5th of November, 2025, with no comments. And then the third signature is once again overleaf at page 288. And that appears to be the signature of the Minister of Police, E.S. Mkunu, MP, and it's dated 8 November 2024.
Advocacy law, my point was that the minister's office appears to get this report on the 5th. And
Oh.
we see that from the date stamp
I'm
on
with you.
page 285.
I'm with you. Thank you,
So
Commissioner.
they missed that 4 November deadline by a day.
Indeed.
And then on the 5th, the stamp suggests
On
that
the
that's
first
when
page.
the minister's office received it.
I misunderstood you. I thought it was the date on which Major General Dada signed, so I was reading the 4th. I completely agree with you. It would appear then that after General Sibia had signed, it then presumably got to the minister's office where it bears the receipt stamp of 5th November 2024. And then the minister's final stamp, final signature at page 288 on the 8th of November 2024. Now, where the minister signs, there is a space for comments, but he doesn't seem to have made any comments. Now, whether or not the minister granted the request of an extension, I don't know. I can't tell from this batch of documents. So I then look for my next date. And my next date would be the 11th of November. But that one now I find in a different document, and it's the second annexure that you were supposed to have been given, together with MK15, but unfortunately we're not. It's MK16 in General Mkwanazi's annexure bundles. And that MK16 is a 2-page document, mercifully. And it's the other document you had opportunity to consider. Now, this document it's page 310 of MK15. This document is, if we go to the second page of that, second page of that, it's signed Mtokozi Singh Gabinde, Chief of Staff, Ministry of Police, and it's dated 11 November 2024. Now, when we go to the first page of this particular document, it's addressed to the investigating director, Brooklyn, and the subject line is referral and request for investigation in terms of Section 27 of the National Prosecuting Authority Act, Act 32 of 1998, read with the National Prosecuting Amendment Act, Act 10 of 2024. And Mr. Nkabinde, Chief of Staff, the Ministry of Police, states to the investigating director, and that's Advocate Johnson, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. States, attached here to please find for ease of reference a copy of written correspondence addressed to the Honorable Minister of Police, Honorable Senzo Mtunu, by Member of Parliament, Honorable Fadiel Adams. The allegations contained therein implicate very senior members of the South African Police Service and are viewed in a serious light, and case dockets were registered as follows. Then he provides one Langlachte case and 3 of those Orlando cases that Mr. Adams registered between the 29th of October and the 1st of November. And overleaf, most importantly, it concludes, Honorable Fadiel Adams was advised by this office to await your decision in this regard. So this document purports to refer Mr. Adams's complaint to IDEC, specifically to the ID. You note that. I say you note that.
I note.
Okay, thank you.
Council.
My next date.
I may have missed it. This letter from Mr. Nkabinde refers to a Langlachte case number. Did we deal with it when you were doing the dates? Is it one of the cases?
There are 3 Cape Town cases, there are 3 Orlando cases, and there is a Langlachte case that we don't deal with because the complaints that culminated in the charge against General Khumalo and others seem to involve the Cape Town and Orlando cases. There is also a 2022 Valeria case referenced, but once again, we don't deal with the contents of that particular docket because it's not relevant to the charges. But yes, there is a Langlachte case. I don't know if the Colonel has a better understanding of what that case was about, but we know of its existence.
If I can explain these case numbers, it is a mess in the sense that when you look at the actual docket, it says Valeria case 403, 404, 405. It's from the way we look at it is that he went to a station and he opened those dockets there, but they were in a different police precinct. So this Orlando station was supposed to forward it to the respective station which belongs to, and then they would register it under their station name. So that's why when you look at, I see Orlando CAS 402, but I know the docket as Valeria CAS 403 and 404. I know them as Valeria. But when you check in the Valeria CAS system, these CAS numbers don't exist. It's because it belongs to another station, not Valeria. So the docket cover is written Valeria 403, and it did cause a bit of confusion for us because we were looking at and investigating Valeria Cas 403. And when we get to the station, after we finalize everything and we're going onto the system, we find it's not Valeria 3, but a search on the system corrects that CAS number to Valeria CAS, for example, 278 of 10, same month, same year, but just a different station, and both the dockets match with each other.
Okay, all right. Maybe then let me just ask my question this way. The Langlaagte CAS number, is it one referred to in the affidavit, the section 27, Adams affidavit? I guess that's what I was trying to clarify. Where does it
In the
come
section
from?
27 affidavit?
Yeah.
I don't believe so. That is CJC 373.
Yeah.
At paragraph 1 of that affidavit, Mr. Adams refers specifically to the Cape Town cases with their CAS numbers. And beyond that, at paragraph 8, yes, he states, a few days after I opened the 3 cases at Cape Town Police Station, I decided to go to Gauteng. And I went to Orlando Police Station where I opened another 3 cases based on the 3 cases I opened in Cape Town. I did this to ensure that what I had reported in Cape Town doesn't disappear. I also opened a separate case at Langlaagte Police Station, and that's where he stops. He doesn't say what the Langlaagte case is about. That's as much as we can establish about that one.
So unless there's another section 27 affidavit, Mr. Nkabinde would have obtained this, which contains a Langlaagte case CAS number. Mr. Nkabinde would have obtained this CAS number elsewhere other than from an affidavit. I guess it's a question for him to answer.
Yes,
where he got that.
In fact, I think would have to go to the complaint laid by Honorable Adams to Minister Mkuno on the 1st of November at page 283, because he lists them. And he states there that I've opened cases in Western Cape on a number of senior police as per the following case dockets. Then he gives the numbers, he quotes 3. Those are the Cape Town case dockets. Then he says he went to Gauteng, and then he provides 3 dockets. Those we understand are the Orlando dockets. And he doesn't seem to reference the Langlaagte case. So yes, I point this out to confirm that on the documents that we have, when he reported interference with these dockets, Langlaagte was not a part of them, so he would have had to advise Mr. Nkabinde otherwise than in this trail of emails. Thank you.
Thank you.
While we're dealing with the chronology, I don't want to come back to it later because it's at this point that I think this question is relevant. Colonel, I've looked at the description of the cases in the Cape Town dockets and the Orlando. Assist me if I'm wrong. None of the complaints in the Orlando dockets and in the Cape Town dockets had anything to do with the Brigadier Mukwele case.
So can I respond?
Yes.
When you look at the way you will get, like, in one docket, there's 2 or 3 allegations in one. It's mixed up, and then it's like nepotism, and it's in another docket. It's all mixed up. But I'll have to look at the actual docket itself on what you're
Because
saying.
remember, they were opened in October 2024.
Yes, sir.
And there's one about nepotism, but it relates to the other kernels in crime intelligence. That's what the story is. And there's complaints about defeating the ends of justice. That's what the other complaint is about in the dockets. But there was no case opened, either in Cape Town or in Soweto, Orlando, of corruption and fraud relating to the appointment of Brigadier Mukwele.
I'll have to just check on that, so because I think when we're looking at Orlando and Valeria,
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting with Valeria Cat.
It doesn't matter whether it's Orlando or Valeria. The point is it was in October 2024, we've established that. And I'm saying in October 2024, no case was opened saying the appointment of Brigadier Mukwele was fraudulent or there was corruption in that.
Yes, specifically, if I can recall, sir, subject to correction, in the docket or the affidavit that was there was no specific name to a brigadier or anything, just nepotism and family members and stuff like that that was mentioned.
And because she had not been appointed at that point, so
Yes.
the cases that were opened in Cape Town and Orlando related to this complaint that you see in the Section 27 affidavit that all the colonels, he says it is concerning to note that all the colonels employed in crime intelligence, none of them are suitable for the post to which they are appointed.
Commissioner, where are you reading that from?
I'm reading the Section 27 affidavit, paragraph 4. Colonel, maybe we can
No,
do this in
it's
the...
fine. It's fine, sir, I'm with you.
Yes, in the interest of time. If I am wrong that the Cape Town cases and the Orlando cases did not concern the complaint about the appointment of Brigadier Mukwele, you can, after lunch, I assume you would have looked at this after lunch, you can say to me,
Yes.
Commissioner, you are wrong. That was one of the complaints in the dockets, or you are correct. None of the dockets had to do with that case.
Yes. I will respond to you then, sir.
All right.
We've made a note of that, Commissioner. We'll look into that. So the next date I'm able to locate is the date of the 20th of November. And now I ask us to go back to MK 15. So we are done with MK 16, which is that referral letter, quote unquote. We'll come back to it in a different context, but for the moment, at least we've established a particular date there. My next date I could locate is the 20th of November, 2024. And that date is at page 289 of MK 15. And if you go to page 291, it bears two names. It's signed, it's the name of Lieutenant General Jacobs, but then it appears to be signed by Major General Gladler, who affixes his stamp there, and it's dated the 20th of November, 2024. You see that?
Correct.
So I'm not going to quibble about whether or not Major General Gladler was authorized to sign on behalf of General Jacobs. That's not the point. It's just the date I'm interested in.
Correct.
Below that, it looks like there is space for the Divisional Commissioner Legal Services, S. Chamani, to sign, but no signature is appended.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if we look at this information note, it states at page 289, under background, it summarizes the essence of the respective dockets. At 2.2.1, it says a report was compiled wherein the allegation that there was interference from both the provincial offices were reported and found to be unfounded. And then if we go over leaf at 290, it gives the background, the discussion, basically summarizing the gist of the complaints. But I'm interested for our purposes at paragraph 3.3. As part of the protocols to address service complaints, an affidavit is obtained from the complainant. Colonel Phillips of this office was tasked to obtain the affidavit However, after numerous attempts, it seems as if the complainant is evading the request. Please find Colonel Phillips' affidavit as proof hereof. You can jump then ahead at 292. That appears to be the affidavit of Colonel Phillips. It is what it is. Now, at 292, that's the affidavit of Colonel Phillips. Staying with this particular document, at page 290, it concludes with a recommendation at 4.1 and states, due to the sensitive nature of the allegations which has been widely announced by the complainant, it is imperative that before any criminal investigation is launched, your office peruse the affidavits to provide a legal opinion on whether the element of a crime exists and to advise on a way forward. And over leaf at 4.2, the author states, if your office is in support of the request, please find the dockets for perusal. So we are now on the 20th. On the 20th, within...
And this is addressed to?
And this is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner Legal Services.
SAPS.
SAPS, within SAPS. My understanding of this chain of correspondence is the inspectorate is still seized with the complaint and trying to establish facts and to determine the complaint as proffered by Mr. Adams. And for that purpose, at this point, they are now seeking a legal opinion from internally from the SAPS Legal Services Department. So that's where we are at.
Correct.
By now, they have failed, according to Colonel Phillips, to meet with the complainant, being Mr. Adams. And most importantly, before we leave this document, in 3.2, it notes, and I quote, the affidavits in the dockets are basic and in the opinion of this office lack the elements of a crime. The author expresses that view, sends the dockets to legal services and say, can we get an opinion whether or not what is in the dockets discloses a crime? You agree with that?
Crime was in 3.1.
Yes, as summarized under 3. I don't know the crimes.
Yes.
Because 3.1 has got a number of complaints.
Yes.
As I read them out from the other document, but those are basically the crimes. It would appear they were able to deduce from the contents of the respective dockets.
Yes.
Expresses a view, as I say, at 3.2, it says the dockets are basic and in their opinion lack the elements of a crime, but directs all the dockets to legal services for an opinion. Okay?
That's correct.
Then we get to our next date, and our next date is the 21st of November. That is the date on the referral affidavit of Mr. Adams. We dealt with it. Annexure CJC 373. Commissioner, that's file 2, page 512, CJC 373. So while all this activity takes place within the inspectorate to get to the bottom of these issues, then according to this document, Honorable Adams files his referral to IDEC. According to the document, the date on the document.
Correct.
And-
The document is dated the 21st of November 2024.
Indeed.
That's on the document.
Yes, thanks.
When was Mr. Nkabinde's referral? The date?
MK 16, that is dated the 11th of November, 2024.
So it would have been before the date of Mr. Adams's affidavit?
Indeed.
Thank you.
According to the documents, yes. Then we have the 6th of December. And on the 6th of December, we know from your testimony that that is when the team was briefed about the complaint received by IDEC. And if I recall, that's when the investigation team was constituted, and you learned that you were one of the investigators or the lead investigator. Correct me anywhere that I am wrong.
The preliminary investigation was approved on the 6th.
Okay.
So maybe on the day after or a few days after, the team would have been briefed. I cannot say that on the 6th of it unless I go back and look at my notes. So what I would answer you this way is that the preliminary investigation approval on the 6th of December, and we would have been briefed within that short period after that approval.
Oh. So I guess you would have to look at your notes to say definitively, you could have been briefed on the 6th, on the 7th, but from the 6th.
That's correct,
Okay,
Councillor.
I think that's fair. Staying with MK15, before we do so, this is where I need your help in the timeline. You are now, the preliminary investigation is approved on the 6th of December. You are briefed 6 or 7 or shortly thereafter.
Yes.
What is the very first step you take once you are briefed? And when?
In the briefing, we get a complete overview,
Yes.
or rather a complete briefing on the investigation, what we need to do, who's going to do what are the scenarios, who's going to do what, and then we start from there. So basically what you're looking at here is that we'll start subpoenaing documents, looking for witnesses, engaging with the complainant. From that's how it will start.
So at this point, you have not called for the dockets themselves at this early stage?
I cannot recall, I'm about sure those dockets were requested in December.
You say you are not sure?
Yeah, I think this is subject to correction.
Yes, of course.
Right, but I know that those dockets were requested because we have them.
Now, do you recall who they were requested from and how? Was it in writing? And if so, is that request part of your docket?
Chair, Councillor, Commissioners, I don't know in what form they were requested, and those dockets were requested by another investigating officer who was tasked to get hold of the dockets. So he would have handled getting the dockets from wherever it was, etc. I have no knowledge of that.
And who would be that investigator?
It's investigator Rapesu.
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 I take it he would have been reporting to you because you are the lead investigator. Did you instruct him or direct that he request the dockets? Or he did so on his own volition?
Remember, as I said, it's not just one investigation, it's a broad investigation. After the broad investigation, there's specifics. So the tasking is given by Chief Perumal to Rapetsu. Go and collect the dockets. That's what would happen.
So there would be that instruction to collect, and then what? Disseminate the dockets amongst the various investigators. How does it work once they're collected?
Trace the dockets, find where they are, get hold of the dockets, bring it, let the team sit with it, let's look what's in these dockets, and then we'll be further briefed by the chief.
To your knowledge, at this point, had there been any engagement between IDEC and SAPS generally about these dockets at all by the 6th of December?
During December, there was engagements like.
No, I'm interested in the 6th specifically.
I
if you
cannot
recall.
remember. I cannot remember, a specific date. But what I'm safe to say is during December, there were engagements with SAPS with regards to the dockets to get these dockets, case dockets that were open. Where are they? And then get the dockets so we can see what is in the dockets. So you would have went to the police station and from the police station tracked, where are the dockets from there.
I ask this because if you turn to page 300 of MK15, that is a screen grab of WhatsApp communication between DPC, I don't know, Detective Major General Kumalo, I think. If you look at that screen grab and you keep your finger there, and let's go back to page 272. You don't have to. At 272, as part of the list of annexures, at item 2.6, that is described as WhatsApp message to Major General Kumalo, Gauteng DPC, crime detection.
That is correct, 2.6.
That's 2.6, yes. So that 2.6 is our screen grab. And that screen grab reads thus, or the communication there, it's dated the 6th December 2024. Good day, General. Please let me know when I can call. It is in connection with the Fadil Adams dockets. IDEC is here with me pertaining to the dockets. So IDEC would seem to be at the inspectorate by the 6th of December.
According to what I see from,
Yes,
from the
according to
documents
this,
and the
yes.
date, then the 6th, Rapetsu, who went to fetch the dockets, must have went on that same day, which means that the briefing would have taken place on that particular day too.
Okay. So, and here I guess I call for logic. How would Mr. Rapetsu know where they are on the 6th? How did he know that they were at the inspectorate?
Councillor, I think it's something that's best asked for him,
Yes,
what he would do. But if you're asking me, I'm giving an opinion.
yes, I accept that.
My starting point will be the police station. Go
Yes.
and see the branch commander, station commander, then the branch commander, and where is this docket, what is the status of it? That's what I would do. But I don't know what he did going and how he went about it.
Did he have any specific role in your investigation?
Remember, as I indicated initially, there's the team of investigators.
Yes.
One will assist the other, and one will carry the docket. So with Rapetsu, and as I indicated, there were several dockets. So with Rapetsu, he assisted on the first one and the second one, meaning with the Brooklyn CAS 542, which the appointment of Mokwele. His starting point was getting the dockets, and I know that he worked on the Lushaba matter. Thank you.
Yeah, my question was whether or not he worked on your. My question was whether he worked on your investigation.
He would have assisted.
In what capacity and how?
If there was perhaps maybe a subpoena or fetch something or whatever, it's assistance to it.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Is he, just for interest's sake, so I can understand, is he a junior to you?
Yes.
Okay. So for purpose of this particular investigation, he would have been somebody who's rendering assistance to you, and he executes such duties as you direct.
Yes. But just to go back again, it's not me giving him directions and instructions. It's the chief that gives the instructions as to what we have to do. And then on my particular case, he assisted, and wherever assistance was needed, he will be tasked on it.
Okay. But you didn't ask him to go retrieve the dockets from the inspectorate?
That's not my tasking.
So I guess he's best placed to answer who had instructed him and how that person knew where they are.
Correct.
Regard being had to the fact that the preliminary investigation is approved on the 6th, and on the very 6th, already Mr. Rapetsu is at the inspectorate.
Yes.
My next
Sorry,
sta-
sorry. Just to understand this, Colonel, are you suggesting that the chief investigator at every turn would be the one giving instructions for whatever was necessary to be done, to then be done? You are the lead investigator, so I do not quite get it why, for example, on simple issues like leg work, because it was basically leg work for Mr. Rapesu to go find the dockets. I do not understand for something like that why it would not be you giving the instruction. At every turn, the chief investigator must give instructions at every turn.
Can I respond? Chair?
Is that what you are saying?
No, Chair.
Or if that's not the case, what would be the instances where the chief investigator would give instructions? And what would the instances be where you would be the one giving instructions to whoever you had to give instructions?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. At the start of the investigation, remember there's a number of allegations, and so the specific, like for example the dockets, now he's got that, but with the particular docket that I am working with, if there's something I need in that, I would task him. It does not mean the chief, I must go to the chief to tell him. He's working with me, we are together, and he's assisting on it, so I can say, you know what, do a section 28 there, or get me this, that. I don't mean that every time I need him or somebody else, it has to go through the chief. The chief is just there to brief on the different investigations. This is yours, you handle this, and it goes forward from there. And then obviously the feedback will go, and the monitoring of the process will go channel back to him.
So with regard to the fetching of the dockets or retrieval, would the chief have been involved because there was more than just your docket?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And before we leave this particular annex, Chair, just to record that it's dated the 6th of December 2024, as I indicated, with a timestamp of 1456. You see it on the first message. The main message follows at 1458. So we're
Correct.
around the 3 p.m. time mark.
Correct, I note the time.
My next event, now whether or not, if I may say, Mr. Rapetsu obtained the dockets, I do not know. And when he did so, I don't have a date for that. Would you by any chance know whether he did manage to locate the dockets, and if so, when?
Chair, Commissioners, I would not know a specific date when he got the dockets, but I know he did get the dockets because I
Yes.
saw the dockets.
When did you see them?
December.
Give a rough estimate.
I'm not too sure when.
Okay,
And
but it was in December
I'm
still.
recalling quite deep into my memory, so I'm not too sure when, because he had those 6 or 7 dockets with him.
Okay, I'll accept that. My next timeline, we are now back into sub-internal systems, staying with MK 15293. This is, if you go to page 296, it's a document dated 11 December 2024. signed by the Divisional Commissioner, Legal Services, Lieutenant General Chamane. And if we go back to 293, which is the start of the document, on my reading of this document, which of course may be wrong, this is the legal opinion that was sought internally within the inspectorate regarding the dockets.
Yes,
Okay,
the document itself.
the document itself. Now, this is the last of the documents as I have to establish a timeline, because my next date is the 6th of January, 2025, which, as we know, is the date on which Chief Perumal obtained this A1 statement from Mr. Adams.
Correct.
So that's where I end. So I take it, is it fair to assume that by the 6th of January, 2025, you at least had the contents of the docket, of the dockets? You had familiarized yourself with the contents of these various dockets?
Yes.
Okay. We have dealt with Mr. Adams's A1 statement, and I think we can agree that it's rather sparse on fact. We dealt with that yesterday. It just has the two paragraphs,
Yes.
Mr. Adams' statement,
Yes.
where he speaks of manipulation of
Yes.
processes, and then how the other kennels were prejudiced thereby.
Correct.
You seemed to strain your ears when Ms. Sillo said that affidavit, that A1 statement is sparse on the facts. You heard that part?
The paragraph 2 and the paragraph 3, that I can recall.
No, it was even before that. Ms. Sillo said that A1 statement is sparse on facts. Did you hear that part?
No, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, I thought so. I saw you straining your ears.
Yeah, okay, that's exactly what I said. Do you agree with me that it's rather thin on facts, that A1 statement?
The A1 statement of Mr. Adams.
Yes.
It's an allegation.
And I want to know, I'm more interested in how much it assists with establishing facts, and I'm saying it is rather thin in that regard.
It's a fact what he said. but
We're talking
it's an allegation.
past one another. We're talking past one another. I'll try again. Let's go to it. I think it's easier. It should be your CJC 377, which is at file 3, starting at page 681.
Towards the back. There you go.
Have you located it? CJC 377, starting at page 681.
That's correct.
We dealt with it yesterday. It's got the cover page, 2 pages. The actual statement starts at page 683. You recall in dealing with this affidavit, it's a 2-page document. We concluded that the issues are addressed specifically in paragraph 2 and paragraph 3. That's all it tells you. The other paragraphs are either introductory or they give a conclusion by the deponent. So our key paragraphs are paragraphs 2 and 3. And that's all it tells us.
Yes.
And it is on that basis I say, if that's the totality of it, it is rather sparse on facts. It's very thin on facts, this document. Would you agree?
The paragraph 2 and 3.
Yes.
It's when I read it, and as I explained previously, it's an allegation, a serious allegation. And what I see here is an allegation.
Yes.
There's no fact in it.
Yes.
It still has to be investigated
Yes.
further. Thank you.
So I'm saying, yes, there are allegations, but those allegations are not based on any stated fact here. There are no facts to support the allegations expressed here.
It's an allegation at that time on the document.
Okay, does it have facts,
Let's-
this document? Sorry, Chair.
Let me take you through this one by one. It says that higher-ranking police officials were involved in, open quote, manipulating promotions. Even though that purports to be a fact, it is a concluding fact, as it were.
Yes, sir.
You would have to state facts, concrete facts that make you come to the conclusion that this was manipulation.
Yes.
Otherwise, standing on its own, it's bare and basically says nothing. Do you
Yes.
understand that, and do you agree?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, that's the point that Ms. Sillo is making. And then they say manipulated and security, also manipulating security vetting processes to unduly benefit a civilian. On the same kind of logic, that applies here as well. Because you would have to establish what the facts behind saying that you are manipulating security vetting processes to unduly benefit a civilian. Otherwise, you know nothing.
Yes.
So you agree, it's bare, it's thin on facts. Do you agree with that?
I agree with it as it is there.
That's
The
the
who-
point. That's the point Mr. Law
Yes.
is making.
Yes, Commissioner. The who and the what is still missing from there. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Chair. Then we found each other. So this was, you get this A1 statement on the 6th of January or soon thereafter, 2025,
2025.
yes, or soon thereafter. And at that time, you are armed with the dockets. I would like to believe you said you received them sometime in December.
That's correct.
Are you able to say what conclusions you drew based on the contents of the documents and this affidavit to inform whether or not a case had been made out for an investigation?
When I looked at the affidavit and I looked at the docket, and as I said, the docket had sparse information on it. And I'll just must say how I looked at it and how I investigated it. So when you look at the docket, it's got sparse information, and it's not going into who by name, how. There's the who's and the hows that are missing from it. And when you look at the affidavit, as Chair mentioned, there's the who and how that's not here. So when I look at that now, I take that as a preliminary that this is an allegation that's been made. I need to now go and investigate and confirm what this is, right? This particular post or appointments or whatever, further investigation to get more information. So they therefore went about to get the documents, but I do not want to go further. I'm just saying to you that the information on the dockets itself, the initial documents, was the complainant would have to be interviewed again. What are you talking about? So from that, there's a second affidavit that is now taken on this specific regarding this appointment process. But still, there are things that are missing from here that needs verification and investigation. So not on this now, you can go now and take it and just start arresting. You've got to look at it, investigate it. Is there something there? And you work from there.
Okay.
Progress from there moving forward. Thank you.
So we have the benefit of the A1 and we know what the A1 states. What I don't have is the benefit of the dockets. So regard being had to the A1 statement and what it tells you, what other extra information did the respective A1 documents in the dockets inform you.
The initial A1 on the docket, I'll just have to just call it up just to refresh.
No, we can do that over lunch, but I just wanted a summary of what facts did you glean from those dockets?
The initial docket just talks about General Kumalo, if I can recall, appointing family members and friends in positions at crime intelligence. So that's what it basically, so that it was basically, just nothing really there. It needed more information.
Yes.
So when you look at the docket, you needed to take the docket and interview this person. What are you talking about here? Because you are saying different things. I think an incident there, an allegation here. Let's put it into context. Tell me about it.
Yeah. Okay. I ask this because I'm trying to reconcile it with where the legal department of subs ended, considering the same dockets. And for that purpose, I'm still in Annex MK 15 at page 293.
290.
293.
293.
This, if we go to 296, you'll see that we have touched on it. It's dated the 11th of December 2024. So this is where the legal department lands with nothing but the content of the respective dockets. That's just my summary of what this document is about.
Yes,
you wouldn't quibble with that, would you?
Specifically, paragraph 13 that you are referring to.
No, I want to start at paragraph 1, if you permit me.
Yeah.
Now, we can skip for our purposes paragraph 1 and 2, and then from paragraph 3.1, this document addresses the respective dockets. Lists the dockets and gives an overview of what it's about. At 3.2, 3.1, 3.2, those are the same dockets. The two dockets, the Cape Town docket and the Valeria CAS 40410/2024. And I think that is the point you made earlier, because that specific CAS number relates to the Orlando, to what we call the Orlando docket.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
You did mention then that somehow Valeria creeps into the description of the docket.
Yes.
Yeah. So those two dockets, they are the same. At 3.3 overleaf, it states, the complainant states that evidence is available regarding the alleged cover-up of Valeria CAS 38/08/2022. No supporting evidence is contained in the dockets to substantiate the claim or to afford the further investigation of leads in support thereof. That's the conclusion of the legal department. You see that?
Correct.
At 3.4, it states, no details are provided regarding the identity of the friends and family members of Lieutenant General Kumalo, who was allegedly appointed in the division. In parentheses, this would at least have enabled the investigation into the allegations. 3.5, neither the particulars or statements of the senior members of the service who were allegedly instructed to ensure that Valeria CAS 38/08/22 is not investigated, nor the statement of the sex worker are filed in these dockets. Then it points out that this legal services department didn't have this specific docket. At 3.6, it deals then with the next docket. Once again, Cape Town and Valeria, which we know to be Orlando. The complainant alleges that Major General Madondo failed her polygraph examination in July 2024, whereafter the head of vetting, Brigadier Ncube, was tasked to ensure that the matter would not be addressed or investigated. 3.7, the complainant does not reveal the identity of the person who allegedly tasked Brigadier Ncube not to investigate the failed polygraph. Then the next, at 3.8, deals with the last two dockets, with the relevant Cape Town CAS number and Valeria, and states that the complainant alleges, quote, None of the people appointed in CI have the necessary skills, qualification, and experience, close quote, and that many of these appointees are said to be associates and relatives of Lieutenant General Khumalo. At 3.9, it furthermore alleges that the Secret Service account was abused by Lieutenant General Khumalo and Major General Lushaba, who failed to pay authentic sources but channeled funds to purchase items such as vehicles for the KwaZulu-Natal political task team. According to the complainant, this task team is a private service to or front for the former Minister of Police, General Bheki Cele. 3.10, the complainant does not reveal the identity of the associates and relatives of Lieutenant General Khumalo, who are allegedly appointed improperly. 3.11, no details such as dates, locations, amounts of or proof of payment are provided of the alleged irregular purchases. 3.12, at this stage, the complainant's allegations regarding General Cele are unsubstantiated and amount to no more than the complainant's personal opinion. No evidence or leads are provided to assist or afford an investigation into the allegations. Most importantly, 4, only the complainant's A1 statements are contained in the 6 dockets. No other evidence is contained in the dockets. The lack of location information makes it impossible to determine proper jurisdiction at this stage. Is it fair to assume that he is correct as regards what was in the docket, what he expresses at 4? That's all there was, just the A1 statement and nothing more. Am I correct? Is that what you found as well?
What is being said here is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So what I have read from 3.1 to 3.12 technically is an analysis of these dockets and their shortcomings.
Just, can I respond?
Yes,
So
sir.
this is what is in this report, what they say is in there.
Yes.
That as alleged from 3.1, yes.
Yes.
That's in the report. It's more or less what is in the docket.
Yes.
And when you look at the docket, you will find that the appointments of family members is in one docket together with something else, and it's repeated in another docket, as you can see from there, which I said earlier. Continue.
No, I think we agree
we
with
agree.
each other, but I think that you confirm that you too only found the A1 statement in the respective dockets, and it says no other evidence is contained in the dockets. Is that what you found as well in the dockets?
Exactly.
Just the A1 statements. We can skip the rest for purposes until overleaf at page 8, at page 296, paragraph 8.
Advocate Silo, for my benefit,
Yes.
maybe paragraph 6.
Oh, let's go back to page 295. Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Page 295, same document, paragraph 6. The Commissioner highlights that that's a key issue. The 3 dockets that were opened in Gauteng are merely a duplication of the 3 dockets that were opened in Cape Town. No explanation is provided regarding the opening of the second set of dockets on the same allegations but in another province. So, describing the nature of the dockets. We know
Can you just
that.
confirm that they were a duplication? They were basically the same thing, but in
That's correct.
Gauteng.
It's the Cape Town dockets and the dockets that were Orlando or Valeria basically were the same.
Perhaps I shouldn't run ahead. It's not, I run ahead of myself because the contents of this particular document are important. Can I ask us to backtrack to 5, where the following point is made, paragraph 5. In his report, Colonel Phillips states that the complainant's statements were superficial, based on hearsay, and that they did not contain all the elements of the alleged offenses. It further details his communication with the complainant and the attempts that he made to obtain evidence in order to support the allegations which the complainant alleged to be in possession of. These attempts proved unsuccessful. We have dealt with 6, and 7 states the correct charges must be identified based on the content of the dockets in order to determine whether or not all the elements of a particular offense are contained in the docket. It continued at 8, The dockets are sparse on details and based solely on unsubstantiated hearsay evidence, which make it difficult to determine the merits of the allegations and to identify the correct charges. Then I will jump to 13, which is the concluding paragraph. The current information contained in the documents is scanty and too vague to formulate charges against any suspects. As a result, legal services is unable to confirm that the required elements of any offense are contained in the dockets. This is where they landed on the 11th of December. Would you agree with that conclusion on your recollection and assessment of the contents of the docket?
On the contents of the document and what is there.
The dockets, sorry.
Apologies, Chair. Yes, in the docket, as they say,
Yes.
and the report. But on the basis of this report, if the inspectorate, for me, they didn't do their work because they should have investigated further. They are the inspectorate. The inspectorate does inspections. There's an allegation that is made. These dockets are scanned, but in some of them, they have allegations. For example, in the one that, Chair, just let me go back to it.
Yes. We can start at 3.1. That's where an analysis of the respective dockets takes
But
place.
I'll just take you to a generalized one,
Yes.
and that is the docket that was locked up in a safe or whatever, which they inspected had, and the Valeria CAS 404, because it was particularly linked to that docket because it makes an allegation about a cover-up of a case. If they took that docket and they looked at the docket on the Valeria CAS 38, as inspected, if they looked in it and they would have found discrepancies in it, which would eventually confirm that there was a problem in that docket because affidavits were tampered with in that docket. So let's come back to the other dockets. You have a docket, it is scanned, it hasn't got any information.
Before you go on, before you go on to other dockets, I think you should speak in much better detail than than what you've done now. What was CAS 04 and what was in the docket and what were the discrepancies that you say the inspectorate should have picked up?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just going to go into, I'm looking at page 292.
292, that's, is it Colonel Phillips's affidavit?
Colonel Phillips's report.
Yes.
When we look at Colonel Phillips's report, I'm just going to look. In July 2024, it's an allegation. Major General Madondo failed a polygraph examination as the officer was cited for 2 incidents of tax evasion. Brigadier Nube of the Division Crime Intelligence was tasked not to...
Where are you reading?
No, he's reading from page 292, same MK15, page 292. And at the top, it's Fayez Phillips stays under oath. That's the affidavit of Colonel Phillips.
Yes, I have the affidavit, and you are reading under CAS 403. I had stopped you because you were talking about CAS 404, and I said to you, tell us more about this CAS 404 that you say the inspectorate, had they looked at that docket, they would have seen that there were discrepancies in that docket, that there was tampering with affidavits. You said CAS 404. So I expect that when we look at 292, you will refer to CAS 404. You would read that. That's why I got lost. So can we talk about CAS 404?
I'll start with CAS 404, then go to the remaining.
Yeah, of
because
course.
the significance of CAS 404 was one of the dockets that we started with. But let me just go to CAS 404. When you look at the docket of CAS 404, and if you see what, is it Colonel Phillips? Lieutenant General Kumala was involved in the cover-up of the CAS 38, wherein Major General Lushaba, the Division Crime Intelligence, where an official laptop and cell phone was stolen by a sex worker. Monies from the Secret Service account was utilized to pay for a sex worker and purchase new equipment. So we have a CAS number, an allegation made about a specific CAS number, and the station and the CAS is given. So Colonel Phillips says he tried to get hold of the complainant. You are the inspectorate. The first thing he would have also done, this docket, where is it? Fetch the docket, have a look, what is in this docket, peruse the docket, and on perusing the docket, he would have found what we found. That there are discrepancies. Statements have been tampered with, etc., which resulted in, when we investigated the case, this one, we found that. What I'm basically saying to you here, Commissioner, you cannot take something and say, no, there's nothing here, when you have a lead on what to look for.
Sorry, I thought, and maybe I misunderstood, I thought you had said that in these dockets, all there was, the 404, the Cape Town and Orlando / Valeria, you were saying all there was in those dockets were the A1 statements.
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
your testimony? Am I recollecting it correctly?
I just want to get more clarity before, just repeat that slowly again, Commissioner, sorry.
Did I understand or misunderstand your testimony to be that the dockets, the Cape Town dockets and the Orlando dockets, which are a duplicate of the Cape Town dockets, but Orlando dockets also called Valeria dockets, all that there was in those dockets was the A1 statements? Did I mishear you?
The
To be
Cape
saying-
Town and the Orlando dockets, or what, they had an A1 statement in it, but those statements were very vague. According to the report, they're very vague. But when I talk about the lead, there's something, that those dockets are now summarized of what's in there, in those A1 statements, what Colonel Phillip, he summarized summary of those documents of what he found in it and his comments on it. Now, what I'm trying to show and to Chair and Commissioner, that there are some things here that warranted further investigation from their part. Colonel Phillips, he's from the inspector, there's an allegation. So when we come, like you say, let's take the 404 docket, because the 404 docket and the CAS 38 of 8/2022 as mentioned, they are linked. And when you take the docket and you inquire into this docket, you would find that what is being said, and although it's scant in the 404, where it just makes a vague allegation, it's being substantiated now in the actual docket that he's referring to. So if I think I just want to get back to your point, bear with me, Chair, Commissioners.
Remember that 404 says that General Khumalo was involved in a cover-up, and the summary, as I understand it, of this docket 404
Yes.
is it lacks the necessary facts to support the cover-up complaint.
Yes.
That's how I understand the issue to be here.
The allegation made against General Khumalo, he's saying that General Khumalo, but there's nothing there to show on his original affidavit to say General Khumalo, no substance. So that's why I say, as I said now, what I'm talking about on the CAS, go to the start of it. He makes an allegation of a docket. He mentions the CAS number, that there's been a cover-up, and this is what General Lushaba has done. So this is the inspectorate. The inspectorate, any complaint that is given to them, they receive many complaints. They will go and look at what the complainant is saying, even if it's scanned. Go and look at it. Try to determine what is this person saying. So, but here you have a CAS number, a starting point, a link. Go to the station, you don't even have to go, you summon the docket. And when you look in it, then you verify that what is being said in CAS 404 is indeed fact.
You're saying if the inspectorate had done its job, they would have found evidence in CAS 38
Yes.
that says General Kumalo covered up. Is that what you're saying? CAS 38 will show us that.
No.
So if today we were presented with CAS 38 docket, are you saying, looking at it, we will see that General Kumalo covered up, we'll see the cover-up facts?
No, Commissioner, not at that point.
You see, that's the difficulty I have with
Yes.
what sounds like a criticism of what Phillips says, because as I understand what Phillips has done in his affidavit is he looked at docket, because remember, Member of Parliament Adams, what he complains about here in 404 is not against Lushaba. Sorry, I forget his rank. I don't mean any disrespect. His complaint in 404 is not against Lushaba, it's against General Kumalo.
Yes.
So Colonel Phillips says, I've looked at 404. It does not contain any facts in support of the allegation of a cover-up, not the loss of a computer that you find in 38, but allegation being there's been a cover-up, and the 404 statement, A1 statement, doesn't provide any information that points to that cover-up. What do you have a difficulty with that Colonel Phillips has done?
With regards to why I have difficulty with it, let us leave the allegation against him. Look, if he goes and look at an allegation that General Kumalo covered that up, just like that, straightforward, he's not going to find it there. It looks at further investigation. But the starting point of it is a docket being mentioned. What is in this docket? When you look in the docket, but hang on, this part is been found in the docket. That has been found. Certain reports don't go with what he says. That is there. There is defeating the ends of justice or whatever in this docket. He would have picked it up, and in his report, he would have said, I went to look at this docket. There is a problem with this docket. There are allegations here which have substance, but in this docket, I cannot find anything that links General Kumalo to a cover-up. So that is where he would stop, because that's where he is. So I hope, Chair, Commissioner, you got what I'm saying. He cannot find an allegation there that General Kumalo covered up. When you take that docket on its own, like what we done, and we investigated it, then we found specific evidence there that points to defeating the ends of justice. From there, it led us to an internal investigation that was conducted by Major General Pinar, where she makes a report to say that Major General Shaba was a victim of so-and-so, that he was drugged. When we looked there, Major General Shaba says he went to the hospital for examination. That hospital examination report, nobody looked at it to confirm whether he was in fact drugged. So when we took that docket, we first found that the affidavits have been tampered with. We found defeating the ends of justice. We went to the hospital. We got the report. The report says there was no drugs in the system. And then when we went and spoke to this is all the follow through, and I'm coming to a part now. When we went to Major General Pinar, and we asked her, you went on a fact, you were tasked by General Mosikili to go on a fact, because this matter has been in the media, out there in the media, person taken home, etc., etc. You conducted a fact-finding. You went to the station, you interviewed the station commander, you spoke, and then I said, but did you ask for further information? And that's when she responded to me to say, no, I'm not an investigating officer or whatever, but we leave it there. There was no proper investigation done by General Pinar on that particular case. So the disciplinary of that fell away. So I want to move on without taking too much because we dealt with that docket there, and I want to move on to the other links or starting points which Colonel Phillips should have looked at further to substantiate.
All right, okay, I think we can stop here. We may have to continue, we'll see if we continue after lunch. It's 1:10. Yeah, I'm still interested. I'm not sure. I don't think you've answered my question, but we can have a discussion after lunch.
I want you to think about this before lunch. It seems like what you have done, the complaint in the docket is Kumalo has interfered with a case. You don't investigate that. You say, let's go investigate the original case and the investigating officers in the original case, and let's go see whether their investigation was proper or not. Because that's what seems to have happened. So you ignored your referral and you said, oh, there was an earlier case that they say Kumalo interfered with. Let's ignore the interference allegation. Let's go get the original docket and see if investigating officers in that case investigated it correctly. That's what you seem to be saying.
Chair.
No, you will comment. Please think about it. We are adjourning now and we'll come back at 2:10. Let's adjourn. Good afternoon, Mrs. Kakane.
Good morning, Chairperson and the Commissioners.
It's afternoon.
Oh, it's afternoon.
What did I say?
I wouldn't say it's a long day. Today we had, or under subpoena was Warrant Officer Mpangase in relation to the Port Shepstone stream. He's present here under subpoena. Oh, so, okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes, and from what I've since learned is that he would not be able to start with his evidence today, and I request that he be excused until tomorrow morning.
Uthi ngokwazi kwakhe kubonakala ukuthi angeke bakwazi ukuthi baqale ngobufakazi bakho namhlanje uzocela inkomishana ukuthi kuhlehliswe kufikela kusasa.
Okay. May I go ahead then, Mrs. Kakane?
Apologies, Chair.
Okay. Good afternoon, Warrant Officer.
Uyakubingelela ke
Good
ukomishana.
afternoon, sir.
Yes. The hearing of your testimony is postponed to 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Ukuthi bazwe ubufakazi bakho kuyahlehliswa kufika kusasa.
You must be here at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Ube khona kusasa ngehora lesishagalolunye.
Yes, sir.
Understood, Commissioner.
Hora lesishagalolunye.
Msana?
9:30 is.
9:30.
Oh, okay.
Okay, ngeshumi lesishagalolunye no Muvo, no Muvo.
Can I?
9:30.
9:30. You heard that.
Uzwile ke ukuthi 9:30. I've
Thank
heard
you.
that, Commissioner.
Thank you. You are excused, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you,
You are
Commissioner.
also excused. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel Padiache, you are displaced for a minute there. Settle down just to make sure you have everything with you. All set? Thank you. Colonel, before we broke for lunch, there were two questions from Commissioner Baloyi and Commissioner Kumalo, and they had requested that you apply your mind to them and you'd provide an answer when we reconvene. Is it safe to assume that you remember the two questions, or would you like them to be restated?
I prefer that it could just be repeated again so that I could answer them.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps Commissioner Baloyi, because that.
Let me start because Commissioner Kumalo was following up on to assist me. You referenced in an answer to a question from the evidence leader, you reference CAS 404, right?
Correct.
The Orlando Valeria 404, and you said there were discrepancies in there, there were affidavit, had they looked at that file and done the investigation, they would have found that there were discrepancies in there because, and affidavits were altered. You said quite a number of things. And so what Colonel Philip speaks to here is because they didn't do the necessary investigation when they say the docket didn't have anything. You recall that's the background to my question.
Yes.
And I started off by asking, in fact, by saying to you, but I understood your evidence to be that all these dockets, including CAS 404, only had A1 statements in them with nothing more, and those statements were scanty. You remember that kind of background? Yes. So what I wanted to clarify with you is surely you are not criticizing, or you cannot criticize Colonel Phillips for saying that if that is what the docket 404 was about, if CAS 404 had only an A1 statement, which is scanty, and he says because it's scanty and they don't make allegations of who did what did Khumalo do? In fact, this is where the allegation is about Khumalo cover-up. That 404A1 statement doesn't say what General Khumalo is supposed to have done. That is a cover-up, okay? You can't criticize him for saying that about an A1 statement, that it's incomplete, therefore it's not helpful. We can't formulate a charge. No charge can be formulated based on this A1 statement. You then say, but he should have investigated, he should have gone to 38, to CAS 38. You remember that's the trend of your evidence. But what I'm putting to you, or what I'm suggesting with you, is that but the complaint that he's commenting about in that block 3 that relates to 404, it's not about CAS 38, it's about CAS 404. That's what he's commenting about.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So that you went and looked at CAS 38, well, it's your decision. You went to investigate a docket 38, but it doesn't make a lie that he comments the way he does about CAS 404, that it had only an A1 statement and that A1 statement was scanty and it didn't provide any details of the allegations and therefore it couldn't be investigated, that General Khumalo interfered and covered up in the way that it is alleged. You understand that? That's all I needed to clarify with you.
Commissioner, I hear your question.
Yes.
And I hear you what I said in the affidavit, which was scanned, it didn't have enough information. And yes, it didn't have enough information, but there had to be investigation. So what I'm coming to here and pointing out here is that in the docket itself, which we got later, which only had an A1, the statement is such that there should be further information gathered from there. But when you look at, just bear with me, when I'm looking at the report that is placed before me, right?
This is the Philip report.
It's 292.
Yes.
Same docket 404.
Yes.
And whilst I'm at that point, the 404 is connected to two cases, two allegations. One is Lushaba, and if you see under...
And 404 says what about Lushaba? What does 404 say about Lushaba?
404, I'm calling it the Lushaba matter, but his name is not here. I know it's the Lushaba matter because I already been there and had the docket with me.
Yes,
so
but,
let's just say,
but what does it say about it? What is the complaint in 404?
Yes.
What is the complaint?
The complaint in 404 is that Lieutenant General Khumalo was involved in a cover-up of CAS 38 of 8/2022.
Yes.
When General Lushaba of Crime Intelligence, visual laptop, etc., was taken. So here, the involvement of General Khumalo, you can't pick it up from the statement. You have to go and look at the docket itself to see how did General Khumalo, you go with that in mind. He's talking about a cover-up in a docket. So when you get there and you pull the docket, you draw the docket, you don't find anything of general cover-up by General Khumalo. You find a docket that where there is substance that this docket there was interference with this docket in the sense that there was defeating the ends of justice in this docket. So again, I say it, and for yourself, Commissioner Kumalo, that nothing points to General Kumalo that he interfered with this docket at this stage. When we look at the docket further, we pull out that stuff in the docket, statements in the docket, etc., were interfered with. When we looked further into the docket, we found that there was a disciplinary, when we did further investigations into the docket itself.
Maybe let me try cut it short and hopefully we get to an answer. Are you saying that if Colonel Philip had gone into CAS 38, the docket, CAS 38, he would have found evidence that General Kumalo was involved in a cover-up?
No.
Yes, that's all I wanted to clear with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No.
I know we took long to get there, but that's really all I wanted
No.
to know. What are you faulting about this cover-up complaint? Thank you.
Yes,
Can
now I'm with you there. So,
You seem to be missing the substance of the complaint in 404-10-2024. The essence of it is that crime intelligence funds were used to cover up the fact that General Lushaba lost a laptop involved in some other things, and they did this by using crime intelligence monies to buy a new laptop for him and to pay off the sex worker. That is the substance of this case. Because that's on the screen. It's not me coming up with that term. I don't want to use other terms, it's on the screen. So that is the substance of it. Not whether the original docket, there are discrepancies in the dockets, there are statements missing, there are this and that, because that's not what is referred to IDEC. What is referred to IDEC is abuses at crime intelligence. One of them is this specific incident where there's this cover-up. It's as simple as that.
yes, Commissioner. Can I go from your question and go into it now? I hear what you say, that this and you referred to the 27, the referral, or where we must act within the boundaries of the 27. So this is my explanation for you, that here is an allegation here with regards to General Kumalo, interference with the docket, right? And we go to the station, we pick up the docket. Now, picking up the docket, it's not showing anywhere when you look into it that General Kumalo factually interfered with this docket.
No, that's not even there's no complaint of interference with the docket.
Or covered up the docket.
There is a cover-up in relation to that case, and the substance of it is that monies from Secret Service account were used to pay off the sex worker and to purchase the missing laptop. That's the essence of it. Not that he tampered with the original docket or there's anything in that docket.
No,
So you seem to be missing that, what the substance of the complaint, because all these complaints are about crime intelligence and what's referred to IDEC. And what's referred to IDEC is abuses of crime intelligence monies. And one of the cases cited is this one.
can I
So
respond?
the simple question is, were monies of crime intelligence used to cover up the loss of the laptop and to pay off the sex worker? That's really it.
Commissioner, I hear your question, and I appreciate the question. Thank you. So what I'm saying, Commissioner, and help me to go forward, I hear what you say, I understand what you say. You're also taking it that with the referral, there's an allegation Secret Service funds money was utilized and General Kumalo covered up this thing. So it says here, in connection with a CAS 38. So looking at this CAS, go to the station, I go to see how or what is here in the allegation. Remember, you're talking about abuse of Secret Service funds, and you're talking about General Kumalo covering up a docket. I'm going on the premise that what cover-up is this? What is this? So I call for the docket. I have a look at the docket, and I can't find any way where General Kumalo covered this up. Yet, when I peruse the document, the docket, I find, hang on, this docket has been interfered with. Statements have been whatever, etc. So my focus in there, now I asked, Commissioner, because this defeating the ends of justice or this docket doesn't fall within my mandate or of let's call it the act or the 27, do I leave it and go? No. I looked at the docket, I looked further into it, I investigated it. As I went on with the investigation, I looked at a disciplinary report, and I looked at the disciplinary report in comparison to what we found in the docket, and I found that the disciplinary report was actually, the word there is that it was not done properly. So I interviewed, this is followed through with something that I found, which is a crime. I'm following through. Leave the 27, the mandate of IDAC, I found a crime. So I interviewed Major General Pinar, and I asked her certain questions, and she didn't come through with those questions. I asked her, did you see the report from the hospital? Because you said that he was drugged. You're conducting a factual report, which you must respond to General Mosekili regarding this matter, because it's been in the media, and there's been, and now I think there was a letter or something that they had to respond to from IPUSA, I think if it was, if I could remember that, where they are querying this, and they're calling it a cover-up. So looking at that, I could say that General Pinar didn't conduct a proper investigation. So I move on, we're coming to the point now.
Let me stop you there. There's no complaint against General Pinar. There's no complaint against investigating officers in that case. The complaint is funds of crime intelligence were used to hide the fact that a laptop is stolen. Because the theft of a laptop, that's the case number in the other case. Not that investigating officers in the original case did something wrong and they must be investigated. And I think that's what you seem to be missing, because you are now investigating Pinar's case and not investigating the referral sent to you. The referral sent to you is limited. It was not an opportunity for you to go fish for other things that Pinar did or did not do right. That's why the original question by Commissioner Baloy was, looking at this docket and only having an A1 that says funds of crime intelligence were used to buy an extra laptop to hide the fact that a laptop has been stolen. If Inspectorate says there's nothing there because I'm not given enough information, you can't criticize him for saying that. Not to say he must go investigate Pinar and check whether Pinar did a good job, because that's not the referral to IDEC.
Commissioner, I'm also finding it hard to relate to your question. And I ask, please, that you hear me through until I get to the point, a point at the end. The first of all, as I said, yes, there's a Section 27 referral. Yes, there's a mandate. So I start this part of it where General Kumalo was involved in a cover-up of a docket or cover-up of Lushaba, or however it is. So for me, that is a starting point. Colonel Phillip is the inspectorate. He has this complaint with him, or the docket with him. It's a complaint. How did this allegation that General Kumalo covered up a docket? Go to the station, go for the docket, check what is there. Is there a cover-up? Did you check the docket? Right? I'm just talking about there.
Can I interrupt you? I don't think we're going to get anywhere, because what you seem to be doing is you are adding a new complaint to this complaint, because you are now saying the allegation is the cover-up of a docket. And I've already read to you what the allegation is. It's there on your screen.
Yes.
And because once you say what I was investigating is a cover-up of a docket, then you must go to that docket. But the allegation here has nothing to do with the cover-up of a docket. And I think that's where we're missing each other, because you seem to be talking about something totally different. And just to sake of progress, I'm going to leave it there and allow Advocate Sillo to ask the questions you wanted to ask. Because the simple point we were making on this document is that the allegation of abuse of secret funds to cover up the theft and to use those funds to buy equipment and to pay off the sex worker. Those are the allegations, not the tampering with the original docket. And your focus now is on the tampering with the original docket. So for the sake of progress, I think I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. But I just want to respond. It's twofold. Lieutenant General Kumalo was involved in the cover-up in Valeria CAS 38 of 8, 2002. What is Valeria CAS 38 of 8, 2002? It's a docket. That's that. Now you're saying it's not. The way I'm understanding you are saying there's nothing to do with covering up of a docket. But I'm reading it from you. It's a docket. The second part of it is monies were used from the Secret Service account to pay a sex worker and new equipment for General Lushaba. That second part of it. So I'm going to restrain myself just to what is here. And when we come to my part of the investigation as to what I did and how further I went to confirm that this indeed happened, that monies from the secret fund was used to buy a new laptop for General Lushaba. But for the purposes of Colonel Phillip, the fact that they wrote this report, and the way they wrote this report, there's nothing there, we didn't find anything here. The fact remains is that you did, from the way I see here, you didn't really try and do something. It's a complaint. And therefore, Commissioner, when we look at it at the South African public that write complaints to the police and sit in vain and wait for years, they get no response, or they get, no, we don't find something there. This is the very thing what I'm talking about. The police don't do proper investigations. We thought about a link, a lead. Follow the link, follow the lead, and see where it takes you. So I'm giving that part of it to give it into context. But when it comes to how I started with a scant affidavit that barely had nothing in it, how I managed to put it together and get to where I am today, I will explain it there, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Be fair to you, give you the opportunity to finish your answer. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. We have dealt with in 404, as appears at in what's the title? Colonel Phillips's affidavit. I think that it's page 292 of MK15. You still have MK15 with you? Annexure MK15. Yes, we are looking for that document on the screen.
Yes, 292.
Yes. Do you have it before you? Because I think it provides quite a useful summary of the various dockets.
Yeah, it's a various
Yes.
summary of the dockets,
Now,
correct.
Staying with that, let's look at the next one. You could, and the purpose of this exercise, in fact, let's look at, now we are now left with 2 blocks, right? 3. Because of time constraints, may I ask you either to cast your eye on that and tell the commissioners in which block, in which docket does our matter, by our matter I mean quote unquote the Mukwele matter, where does it fit in there?
Chair, Commissioners, when I look at what is here in the dockets, and I'm looking at the second block. The only thing that comes close to an appointment or something to do, when you look at nepotism is something like an appointment. This is the only scant thing that comes close to that. And in the rest, with regards to family members and whatever, yeah, those are the two things that's there.
So as things stood then, you agree that the dockets, as you received them, had nothing to do with Brigadier Mukwele directly?
There was no name. There was just allegation that a person, a civilian from BMW, was appointed.
Where was a civilian from BMW now? I'm saying in the docket. We know that a civilian from BMW is in the A1 that is yet to be obtained in January 2025. I'm saying the dockets don't seem to have anything to do with Brigadier Mukwele.
The A1?
The dockets.
The docket?
All of them.
The 403, 404, and 405.
Yes.
You agree they've got nothing to do with Brigadier
on
Mukwele?
the face of the docket. There's nothing about that I picked up on BMW.
So the only time we get to meet Brigadier Mukwele and the appointment of Brigadier Mukwele is in the A1 statement of January 2025.
Yes.
And we know it's those two paragraphs. I want to suggest, I would like to share with you what I would consider to be armed with an affidavit such as Mr. Adams provided in January 2025. Scant as it is, accepting that it does not, the dockets don't assist us as regards Brigadier Mukwele. For an investigating officer such as yourself, who is looking into the manipulation of promotional and security vetting processes to unduly benefit a civilian person, what would be the logical starting point of your investigation? You've got nothing except that two-page A1 statement. What is the first step you take?
With that information that is given there?
In the A1 statement, yes.
My first point that I would look at the appointment process for civilian within crime intelligence, and the fact that now in this affidavit is mentioned BMW.
Sorry, please say that again. Sorry,
Are we talking about the A1 of January?
We are armed with the A1 of January.
Okay.
Scant as it is, I want to find out, as an investigator, what is your logical starting point regarding being heard to the fact that the complaint is about manipulation of promotional and security vetting processes to unduly benefit a civilian person. And we learn from paragraph 3 that such person is Mrs. Mukwele. That's all we know. Where do we start?
Okay. So we're looking on the A1 statement. That's paragraph 2. Paragraph 2 and 3, which we have spoken about early on. So here's an allegation of a high-ranking officer involved in manipulating promotional and security vetting to the undue benefit of a civilian person who worked for BMW South Africa before being appointed as a brigadier and CI. She had no policing experience, no management experience, and was appointed as the head of technical support services. So here's the starting point. Number 1, the head of technical support services. That's the post within crime intelligence. So that's my first lead with regards to this. Second, she's from BMW, brigadier post, head of technical support. I will start by subpoenaing the documents from crime intelligence on the TSSU post, and which I indeed did. And when I looked at it, then I discovered that there was a person from BMW, a civilian, that was appointed as according to paragraph 2 of this affidavit.
Yes. Well, according to the docket you provided, or before I say that, maybe you start where you started because you know what the processes are. I would have thought, but at some point you have to collect all the prescripts and policies of SAPS that relate to promotions and security vetting processes unless you know them off by heart. That's what you would do, I presume?
Commissioner, Chair, Commissioner, Council, that's what I did.
Okay.
We requested all documentation on all the allegations from the National Commissioner.
Yes. Now, and we have to know what the prescripts provide and require for us to determine when we get into the facts of the case, whether there has been a manipulation. So we must have put up something to say, this is how the process should run. And when we look into the facts of this case, this is how the process ran, and therefore we suggest manipulation or departure from the prescribed process. So I'm saying to you that you need the base documents that tell you how the process should run.
That's correct.
So that's where you start, before you see what went wrong.
Yes.
According to your docket, though, the very first summons, Section 28 summons you issued on the 31st of January 2025 is to BMW, and you will find that at file 3 at page 802. File 3, page 802.
Yeah. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. There are a few Section 28 summonses in the docket, but when I look at all of them, this is the first, based on the date stamp. This is the first you issued, the 31st of January, 2025. You have a few following on the 6th of February to the National Commissioner, on the 3rd of April, and so forth. But this is your starting summons, and it's to BMW. If you go to page 804, that's where you list the documents you require. From Mrs. Mukwele.
Yes.
Sorry. You want her application for employment at BMW, positions held, occupancy periods, and salary paid, job descriptions and performance agreements, all qualifications, training and development, declarations of interest, letter of resignation, notice period, and the like. What informed you to make this particular selection of documents from BMW? All you have is an A1 statement thus far.
Your question is, what made us request this?
These specific documents on the 31st of January 2025.
The applicant, or rather Mrs. Mukwele, worked for BMW.
Yes.
By the time we prepared the summons, we knew who she was. Through investigation, we had identified her, and we knew who she was.
Well, I apologize for interrupting you. We know her name from the A1 statement by Mr. Adams.
Yes.
We know she's from, she worked at BMW. I can't find anything else that tells me about Mrs. Mukwele in the docket and her employment at BMW until I come across this Section 28. And I assume that if that is the case, you were in exactly the same position on the 31st of January 2025. All you knew was her name and BMW. And remember, the target is to determine whether or not there was manipulation of processes within SAPS.
Yes.
And I'm trying to understand, why do you start at BMW with these specific documents? request for these specific documents? What informed this?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, on the A1 statement, paragraph 2, there's no name of Mrs. Mokwele on there, just BMW.
It's at paragraph
So-
3.
Paragraph 3 of the A1.
3 of A1.
Of whose
CI
A1?
management
Of Mr. Adams'
favored
A1.
Mrs. Mokwele over them. Paragraph 3 of A1. CI management favored Mrs.
Yes,
Mokwele over
my
the
apologies.
ISG.
Yes. But we already knew, beside the name Mrs. Mokwele, we already had details at that time through the investigation processes. that we had.
If I may interject, because this is very important for my understanding of what
Yes.
happened. What in the docket tells me that your investigations revealed the details?
What in, the-
In your docket, your first document is the A1, dated 6
Yes.
January 25.
yes.
In terms of the date stamp, your next document is 31 January 2025, which is this document. What did I miss in your investigation file?
In my docket itself,
Yes.
there's no witness statement there. A witness statement comes, I think it's further down in the docket amongst
Yes.
one of the statements where the full details is.
Yes.
But up until leading of that, we had the name and surname of the person, and therefore I requested the documents.
Where did you get that name and surname from? And what in the file tells me you have the name and the surname?
Through the investigation process.
No,
looking-
I hear how
Yes.
you obtained them. I want to know what in the docket tells me when you acquired her name and her ID number. Because it's not in the docket, unless it's one of those perhaps that, because we started off with an
And-
incomplete docket, something was missing.
An investigation goes where you conduct inquiries, where you get the name, whatever, and the surname. On the police system, personnel system, you get details there, and you carry on with your investigation from there. The next part of it is to get.
Sorry, before you get onto the system, you know what you're looking for. You already
Yes, we
have
look-
some information, and the question is, how did you, or from whom did you get the name? Now you say you have the personal number, if that's what you used, your ID number, where did you get that from? How and where do we see that in the docket?
Thank you, Commissioner. What I'm saying is through inquiries, speaking to people, and during the course of the investigation, you speak to people, and the talk is, who is this lady? Through that investigation and asking questions and stuff like that, I got these details. But it was not full details.
Did you speak to human resources? Did you speak to crime intelligence that you end up knowing the person that is referred to in the complaint, in that A1 statement, is Dineo Mokwele? Somebody told you that,
Yes.
right? We know that. Somebody told you that. The
That's
question is, who told you that? And where in the docket do we see, yes, this is how he got the information. He got it from General Masemola on this day because he had an interview with General Masemola. You're being asked that kind of question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I would have spoken to people from crime intelligence from the environment who are working in that environment. It could have been Colonel Holstars and one of our witnesses that whose statement is in the docket. I could have got that information from her at the beginning stage of this investigation that's conducted. But where do I have to put a statement and an affidavit that I identified this particular person from so-and-so? That's not in my docket. I didn't put it there. I didn't feel that it's necessary because I'm still busy with my investigation. So through those bits and pieces that you pick up together, I got that information and I utilized that information.
My question then, how did you know who to target at crime intelligence to determine her name? There it is, Ms. Dineo Mokwele. and to determine her ID number. Who did you speak to, and on what basis did you identify who to speak to? Because all you have is your A1, remember?
Yeah.
All we have is our two-pager with A1.
Yes.
Who did you speak to obtain those details, and how, on what basis did you identify who to talk to in crime intelligence?
It's people that I know, that I worked with previously. There's quite a few of them that I spoke to, gathered bits and pieces of information, so from the environment itself. But the person that came up with Mukwel and the details is who I called and interviewed and eventually took a statement from, which is in the docket, was Colonel Holstausen.
Which is much later than this date.
Later
My
than
logic
this date.
tells me then, all you had is Mrs. Mukwele, all you had is appointment in a certain function. Why didn't you ask the National Commissioner to please establish on your behalf what is happening here? Who is this person? And give you files pertaining to that appointment. Why didn't you do so? Rather than, because what you're coming across as suggesting that you walked the passages of CI and relied on previous relationships you had to ask people to go snooping around to find, is there a lady from BMW employed here? Why didn't you just direct that question to National Commissioner?
No.
You are investigating, sorry, apologies. You are investigating, you are authorized to investigate, you have your appointment letter from IDEC. Why don't you do things in a straightforward manner? Particularly in light of the fact that you are yet to fire 3 more summonses to the National Commissioner, but only in February. Why wasn't that your starting point?
Chair, Commissioners, Council, when you do an investigation, it's fine, we can speak from a platform like this. You go, you speak to people, you investigate, and you take leads from there and you go on. And then you get names, you follow through with the names. With the National Commissioner and BMW, it's when we got the actual documents from the National Commissioner, and that you will see we got it in February. This thing here from BMW, all we had was the name. We didn't know exactly initially which BMW it was, because initially we went to, I think it was Acacia, but there's two BMWs, but eventually we found that, and once we got those details, we requested this from them. That's in January. Remember, I'm trying to get the message across to you when you conduct an investigation. It's not just, you investigate, you speak to lots of people, you're busy, you're trying to confirm allegations, and where you can find and you can confirm allegations, you reduce that into an affidavit when you are confirmed and you are sure that is that. Because if we go around taking affidavits from every Tom, Dick, and Harry, and most of those will just be, you can't use them. So what I'm trying to explain here, when you investigate, you will go, you will look at places, you will talk to people, you'll pick up a bit of information there, and then you'll continue until you reach a point where you have some information on a platform that you can utilize to get more proper details, starting with this 28 from BMW. The next one was to get now broader information, and that is when we subpoenaed the National Commissioner for relevant documents that was applicable for this information. And in that, we got all the extra additional information that we have. Thank you.
Okay. I understand that you investigate. I'm not an investigator, so my knowledge of that area, I confess, is fairly limited. But I'm talking to a lead investigator of IDEC whose conduct is informed by a letter of authority, who's got authority to investigate such matters, who doesn't direct his first salvo of questions to the person responsible for the institution that is affected by the investigation, but who does it otherwise by talking to people. So you come across to me, and I don't know if I understood you well, that in the course of investigations, you can ignore completely the head of the institution, National Commissioner, and be snooping around, this investigation to establish an ID number. Who did you ask? You had to have dug within CI to establish Mrs. Mukwele's ID number, which you reflected there when you made a request to BMW. You could have gotten it in exactly less than an hour from the National Commissioner. It cannot be that the answer is that when you investigate, you talk to people, unnamed people, you get sources, and this is nothing complex. You're just establishing a starting point, surely. Colonel,
Can I answer you?
please do.
Thank you. We can say a whole lot of things here of how we should conduct our investigation and on what authority and etc. I use my powers of authority when I require them to subpoena people or subpoena documents. But with an investigation, let me use the word that you use, Counsel. Snooping is part of investigation. You snoop to get information. And that's where your starting points of all investigations and all investigating officers will know that. And when it comes to a point where you snoop not enough and you got some facts that you can put down now in a subpoena and a summons and get that information, you go ahead. So I'm not going to say that I didn't use my powers or I used my powers for this and didn't use it for that. I'm basically saying that the investigation is dynamic. Thank you.
Okay, the investigation is dynamic. Like I said, I know nothing about investigations, but I trust through your engagement, I'll catch up with something. Now, because of time, I would like you to listen carefully to what I'm going to propose to you and correct me if I'm wrong or I'm missing something. You start with your summonses with this particular one. From there, on the 6th of February, you issue a summons to the National Commissioner. But just like this one, the summons has to be specific. In Annexure B, it has to list the specific documents that you require. The next one I have, we don't have to go there, and I need your attention on this, lest I have missed anyone, is the 6th of February 25 to the National Commissioner. But here you request security clearances and vetting files for 7 people. This is the 6 people plus, this is the 6 SAPS members plus Mukwele. That's what you request. You recall that issuing such a summons, right?
Yes.
Oh, then I didn't want to quit. File 3, page 936.
Page?
File 3, page 936.
I have it, Constable.
Okay, if you cast your eye there, you'll see, I think you could go to the end of it,
Annexure
or
B.
even the front of it. I think it has got, should have a stamp, a date stamp. I have it as 6th of February 2025. Is that what you have?
2025, 6th of February 2025.
Yes, yes. And that particular summons, if we go to Annexure B, we'll see what it requests. It's security clearances, security clearances of the persons listed therein.
And vetting files.
And vetting files. I say in this summons, you were requesting from the National Commissioner to provide you with security clearances and vetting files for the people listed in Annexure B.
Correct.
Okay. This is January, including Mrs. Mukwele.
Including Mrs.
Yes.
Mukwele's.
Is this still relating to the Mukwele file?
Yes, but this particular subpoena, that's what I would like to explain. We do one subpoena for all the files of people that we're investigating. So when you see Mrs. Mukwele here, so on this document here with the 28, so this section 28 with all her documents is in this docket. So when you go down and you look at the next person, General Ushaba, in his matter, you'll find a copy of the very same 28 with his documents in his docket. So it's one summons that utilize for all.
For all 7?
Yes.
Yes. So we know now that we are investigating the appointment of Mrs. Mukwele, and we know from A1 that there's an issue about possible manipulation of vetting processes. Why did you need the vetting, clearance certificates and vetting files for all these people? Was there clearance or vetting processes that were subjected to ever in question?
Can I get your question, Councillor?
Okay. The target of your investigation here, as regards vetting and security clearance,
Yes.
is the person from BMW who was employed
Yes,
through some manipulation of process.
yes.
Okay. The other people, all the subs members there, are not in your crosshairs for that purpose, to determine whether they were employed through manipulated vetting processes. They are not. They're not the subject of your investigation.
They're not
are
the
they?
subject in this docket. They are subjects in other dockets. Remember, as I said, that we utilized one Section 28 to request all the vetting files of implicated people.
Oh, I see.
All the files of implicated. You will find this here together with personal files, all the implicated people. So whichever investigated, it's all the implicated people.
Okay, so the fact that the first 6 happened to be the panel members that recommended Mrs. Mukwele is neither here nor there. Their own vetting and clearance is subject to query based on other investigations. Is that where we land? Starting with General Kumalo.
Yes, when you look at this here, the focus is on Mukwele. With regards to the other files, as I said, it's other investigations that were being conducted. So therefore, all the documents of the implicated people. So,
Which Section 27 affidavit triggered an investigation into the clearance and vetting of General Kumalo? By way of example.
I have explained it.
No, please do help me.
Okay.
I'm new in this field.
We're conducting an investigation, all right? These are the implicated people in our investigation.
Implicated in?
In our investigations.
Yeah, but what are they implicated in? How are they implicated?
They are implicated in other matters linking to other crimes. Investigations, as I said, there are various, when you look at, for example, General Lushaba.
No, I would like to stick, let's stick with the first. Please don't pick and choose. Take me through, if you make me understand with reference to General Kumalo, I think I can extend that understanding to the rest of them. Let's stick with General Kumalo.
You mean, just on General Kumalo with regard to his vetting file? Yes. There's an investigation with regards to General Kumalo and his vetting file,
okay.
which is part of another investigation that is there.
Okay.
So that is why I said, in this matter here, where all these files are requested, it's all people that's implicated in various investigations, that we looked at their personal files, their vetting files, and not to say that we want the personal file for this or the vetting file for this. We want all the files to look at holistically what is there.
And presumably all those investigations are backed up by the requisite Section 27 affidavits.
It's backed up by the investigation that we conducted.
Section 27
Yes.
affidavit. We agreed yesterday that's a trigger.
Remember again, Councillor, as I said in the beginning, I did not see the
We
Section
know
27.
so,
Yes,
sorry,
but now,
Colonel.
You see, Colonel, I engaged you quite extensively yesterday on that trigger. You remember that, quite extensively. Now, the very fact that you must now, in response to these questions about the trigger, say you never saw the referral, that creates a serious problem. It actually buttresses the point that you must see that referral. Otherwise, you are investigating in the dark. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Do you understand what I mean?
I understand.
You are investigating in the dark because for you to even begin, you begin because there's that trigger as provided for in section 27. Otherwise, what are you going on about? Sorry to interrupt. You want to comment?
Thank
Yes,
you, Chair.
I
That's
want-
useful.
I
That's
want
helpful.
to
Please, please, yes.
I feel that it
we
is-
know, and please don't repeat that you did not see the section 27 referral. We heard you umpteen times on that.
Thank
Please
you, Commissioner.
comment.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Commissioner, I know and I understand that I've referred to it various times, and it comes up every now and again. And I'm standing before you, yourself, Chair, and the Commission, and I'm trying to answer in the best way I can.
Yes.
But it always comes back to the 27.
And it must.
And it must.
Does, it
That's which
does. Sorry. It does so because it must. That's the problem for you.
Yes.
Please continue with your comment.
And as Commissioner, as Chair has pointed out, the importance of the Section 27, how important it is for the investigating officer going forward, something which we never bothered about because we have our chief criminal investigator, we have a briefing. If one has to come and see how we operate in terms of the briefing, it's different. One expects that, okay, this is how it is, but it's not like how it is. But you have pointed out something important. And what is important about this current matter is that there are suspicions, allegations surrounding this investigations. So moving forward to avoid this type of stuff, and it is a fact, Commissioner, that around IDAC, there has been many allegations. And when you look at it, you look at the timings, you look at a whole lot of things, and it points to there must be something wrong. And then I sit here before you, and the one time I'm a witness, and another time I'm an accused. So bear me when I respond with that, because for me, I conducted an investigation that flew from a briefing from my chief investigator. I did a bona fide investigation. Whether some of these things fell out of the mandate of IDAC during the course or in the course, I cannot say, I did something wrong. I proceeded with. And that is the honest thing that I'm saying.
I'll tell you that you actually did do something wrong. You get the A1 after the briefing by your chief, which I'm sure did not tell you much. You then get the A1, which you've agreed when Ms. Silva was questioning you, that it is sparse. Here's what was wrong.
Yes.
You have this A1, it's sparse. It should have triggered in your mind, what was referred to us in the first place, and you should have gone to see what was referred. If all you see is this A1, that does not have anything, basically. You should have, but on what basis could this ever have been referred to us? And you ought to have gone back to the referral. Please, Chief, give me that referral. Don't you agree?
That's noted, Chief.
Sorry?
Sorry. Apologies, Chair. But I think that's a word we say.
I happen to have an aversion to that chief thing. I personally do. So what's your comment?
No, Chair, it is noted. And the concern is...
No. I'm asking you whether you agree. Do you agree?
Sir, at this time, and remember,
I'm asking you this one time.
Yeah.
I'm asking you so for you to say this time as if you have another time to disagree. Do you agree?
Chair, at this time and this moment, this is the
You
best that I
agree.
can do an answer. When you say that
You've heard me, please don't repeat. You've heard me, please don't repeat. Do you agree?
No, sir, then I cannot say I agree, sir.
Why do you not
Because
agree?
at that moment-
Why do you not agree?
Sir, because at that moment in time, when I received the briefing, compared to the time now that you are asking me and telling me these questions about the importance of the Section 27, yes. But at that time, I did not worry about it or think about it, or even 27 came to my mind at that moment in time. There was no 27 in my mind except the briefing.
So you have this A1 that's empty, or the content of which is sparse. and you just close your mind to the question whether there was a basis for referring in the first place. You just close your mind to that.
No, sir. I took what
You did not close your mind?
Chair?
I'm saying, did you then close your mind to the fact that I have an A1
Yes.
that's very sparse in content? Did you close your mind to that?
No, I didn't close my mind to it, Chair.
Why did you not?
Chair,
Why
I
did you
didn't-
not? Why did you not check then? What
I went on what little was there, and I conducted further investigations to expand on it, Chair. As it was there, it needed me to look further into it.
Not if you know what the provisions of Section 27 are for purposes of making a referral, and up to now you have not suggested that you do not know what Section 27 provides.
Yes, sir.
So you could not proceed on the basis of this A1 without satisfying yourself, is there enough to proceed at all? And the basis for proceeding would have been the referral. This is sparse, then what was referred in the first place? That you would find out from the Section 27 referral. It's on that basis that I'm asking you, so you closed your mind to that.
So when you put it that way, close your mind, it's, let me say, I cannot take it any further, Chair, and I have to stand with what you say.
All right, thank you,
It's-
thank you.
Because we've spoken about it and
Thank you,
it's
thank
over and
you,
over.
thank
So
you, thank you.
that's the best answer I get, and although I'm caught in the middle there,
Yes,
and I have to
yes,
leave it there, caught in the middle, Chair, and I cannot
yes.
take it any
You
further.
see, you seem to have performed your functions perfunctorily. You just,
No, sir. But let's
yes,
move on.
yes, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, can I invite you to the page before? I'm looking at the summons. We are still with the summons. Can I take us to a page before 2117? 2117. Remember, we're looking at 2118, so just go a page before.
2117.
Wait,
Looking at the summons on 938.
or 936. Then I'm looking at a different version. I want us then to go to a page before. It's a duplication. That would be 937. My apologies. So we ended up with duplications instead of, it appears at 2117 as well. Now we know it starts at 936, that summons of the 6th of February, 2025. I then go to 937 and I look at under background and I see that it states under background, the information required from you relates to the conducting of an investigation into serious fraud and corruption committed within SAPS. Then you state that you invoke Section 28, Sub 13 of the NPA Act, and you say you are looking into allegations of the commission of the following offenses: 1, fraud; 2, corruption. So that's what you're investigating here.
Correct.
Now, if we go back then to our 938, your response to why you are looking into the security clearances and vetting of such a wide list of people beyond Mrs. Mukwele was that this particular summons was not issued for, specifically in relation to the Mukwele appointment investigation, but was broader and included other investigations.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So is it then fair to assume, to conclude, and I see at the bottom, it's signed by Advocate A. Johnson.
That's correct.
Is it correct to assume that each separate investigation into the security clearances and vetting files of Kumalo, Lushaba, Madondo, Ngube, I'll skip 1.5 and 1.4, 1.5 and 1.6 because these were the contenders for this position we're discussing, and Dobby. I must accept that somewhere within IDEC lie either one or more Section 27 affidavits authorizing an investigation into the vetting processes or security clearances of these individuals. Alternatively, that IDEC, the ID, has taken on their own volition a decision to investigate those issues. So we know in IDEC, it's either by way of Section 27 affidavit or where the ID has taken a decision. I must assume, for purposes of this summons, that one of them apply in relation to all these people listed here, excluding the person at 1.5 and 1.6. So when we make a request to IDEC to be provided with Section 27 affidavit or Section 28 sub 1 authorization in respect of Kumalo Lushaba Madondo, Nube and Bobby, that it should be found. There would be one of them.
As I indicated, these are all implicated people in other investigations. Whether they, as I said again, we're coming back to touch on the 27. Here, as I indicated before, the investigation, the briefing on the investigation is done. It's got to do with vettings. It's got to do with a whole lot of allegations and which is going to result in investigations. So these documentation which is required for the purpose of these investigations were put in there. It's all implicated people. Whether there will be something tangible found or whatever is only discovered when we receive the documents, which has happened in some of the cases, that there is nothing tangible to that. But it's all part of the investigations. These files and documents are all part. When I say the investigations, the different investigations that we conducted, because one investigation will flow into another investigation.
So then at
The
least,
question, sorry, Ms. Silla, I was going to ask that question. Let me just try to amplify her question. We may get a better answer, hopefully. Ms. Silla has read for you that last paragraph, details of the matter or other information. So we know that these are, in fact, it reads, let me remind you how it reads. It reads, the investigation pertains to manipulation of security service vetting processes, which resulted in the unlawful issuing of security clearance. That's what the investigation is about. That's why these people's vetting files are being sought.
Yes.
The question is, we must therefore have in the IDEC dockets that raise complaints or an allegation about these individuals that have been listed. They cannot be a random, if things are done properly, they couldn't be a random list of people. There must be a docket for each one of them that raises issues about their vetting and security clearance.
Yes.
You agree that is the case? There must be a document.
Yes. When we say you wouldn't get individual dockets, it could be one docket where a few people are implicated in with regarding to manipulation of processes. But particular, Chair, Commissioner, there is one specific docket as a result of it that has been opened and which is finalized and pending on the process. Thank you, Chair.
So in fact, if you look at 936, you have a CIN number, and I think you said a CIN number is an inquiry number.
Yes.
Right? So if we get that docket or file, let's call it a file, because at this point it's an inquiry. If we get a copy of that CIN file, we should find in it the allegation, the original allegation about the vetting and security clearance, whatever complaint it is. We should find it in that file.
It will be CIN first, and then it will change to the docket number.
I'm still at CIN because this summons here, it's not yet at docket stage. It gives a reference, a CIN reference. So if I go into the CIN file, we should find the complaint that lists all of those people as involved in in vetting and vetting manipulation.
Yes, you will
Okay.
find the allegation and the summons and everything in the file.
Okay, thank you.
But-
Thanks, Mr.
And if I may just follow up on that, in the very same files that Commissioner Baloyi references, we will find an authorization to inquire into their own personal security clearances. Let's take Kumalo as a start, issued for the ranks of Brigadier, Major General, and Lieutenant General. Because now you are investigating these people and their own vetting.
Yes.
So in some CIN file within IDEC is authorization to inquire and investigate into the security clearances of those particular people. Not for purposes of being on a panel, but they themselves are subject to investigation by IDEC, and their vetting and security clearances are brought into question. We will find that.
Can I
Yes, please.
respond? Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. During the course of the investigation, when you are investigating one part or you're investigating something, you will pick up something else along the way with regards to the same allegation. So therefore, you will find that a number of other files are requested in that. During the course of the investigation, other things come up which you have to investigate. So when you say, but no, you need an authorization now to continue, no. We continued. If something else came up where we found more corruption or we found more fraud, we continued with it. Because that investigation started at a point where it uncovered other stuff.
Okay. But then that would mean by the 6th of February 2025, some or other investigation was ongoing that led into the investigation of these particular individuals insofar as their security clearances and vetting is concerned. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
It may very well have started somewhere. And those files exist in IDEC. Because I'll take it, it's on that basis that Advocate Johnson would authorize
Yes.
that now. And that is important because otherwise it would appear that on the basis of investigating one issue, then IDEC can run around inquiring into, in this case in SAPS, everybody's security clearances and vetting in circumstances where there is neither a referral complaint in terms of Section 7 or a specific authorization in terms of Section 28(1)A by the investigating director. You say that would never happen.
Chair, Commissioners, Council, the investigation.
Can I just finish? Because just to finish, because what I've just painted would be patently unlawful. IDEC can't decide to wake up in the morning and decide that it is going to inquire into security clearances and vetting of the various generals and brigadiers here in circumstances where it is lacking in a Section 27 affidavit or it doesn't have a written authorization in terms of Section 28. If you don't have those, that investigation will be patently unlawful unless it can be justified on another basis. And you saying that basis would be as you were busy investigating a robbery somewhere, I don't know how you would, but you come across General Lushaba and you say, I don't know, might as well look into his vetting kind of scenario. Am I getting the right picture here?
You send to the National Commissioner. You are looking into security clearances of people from brigadier level to major general level to lieutenant general level. That's your starting point. Remember, that's where Advocate Sillo started, that the first subpoena, according to the record, is to BMW. The second subpoena is this one. Immediately, you ask for security clearances issued and all the other things. And then you justify that by saying, well, other investigations led you to this. That can be because you're starting in January. End of January, subpoena to BMW. within 4 weeks of you being given this file, or at least you getting the A1, then you are already investigating security clearances of all the generals and brigadiers at every stage along their climb within subs.
Can I respond, Commissioner? Commissioner, I'm trying as hard as possible to get the message out, and I'm trying. The investigation with regards to the requests for appointments, when I initially said, when we looked at this investigation, we looked at the allegations, and as we continued with the preliminary investigations, this came out as the capture of crime intelligence through various appointments. Now, I know you don't want me to go in that space, but I'm trying to get out there what I want to explain. So,
Referring to the future capture as you said yesterday or past capture, I just need to be clear.
no,
Future capture,
no.
past
going
capture.
Can I respond, sir? Thank you. When we come back to that future capture and the way it was put over yesterday, and when I'm given the opportunity to explain and quantify it, you'll understand, sir. So the thing about future capture or whenever, we'll put that to rest, sir. Definitely. Thank you, sir.
When you say here you were looking at capture of crime intelligence, is it past capture? Your answer to my question was you looking at this thing holistically, you investigating crime intelligence, and you are looking at the capture of crime intelligence. That's when I came in and said, just to be clear, are you referring to past capture or future capture? So you said we must park the future capture issue. So am I to assume that looking at this document, what you were looking at was past capture of crime intelligence?
When we look at the documents and what has already happened, the people are appointed. There were some still to be appointed, and they're still acting, waiting to be appointed. So when we look at it, when you look at incidents of past capture or past appointment that took place, Mukwela was appointed. She was appointed in October, but she only took up a post because she had to put in notice in work, but she was appointed on the 1st of October. But the date of appointment will be a month later when she reported on duty. So when I talk about past and future, there are people that's already appointed. One of those appointments is a subject of the investigation. So people that are acting in the post where they are or they were going to be appointed. So that it's not already. When you're saying past and still future, it's those various things that happen and are still happening that we talk about the capture of crime intelligence.
Just so that I understand, are you saying these people at page 938 that are listed there, their security clearance and vetting files were required because they are implicated in a capture of we know one of them is Mukwele, and you are quite insistent that she was part of a scheme to capture to capture crime intelligence. We know you say General Kumalo was. So there are names there, and there's the panel, members of the panel, and Ngube. So we know all of those you've accused of being part of the plan to capture crime intelligence. But we have other names here that are appearing for the first time. You have 1.5, Ms. Sillo says that was a competitor for the position that Ms. Mukwele was finally appointed to. And then 1.7, it hasn't been said who that person is, but are you saying this information about them was requested because in your investigation you came upon indicators that they are planning to capture crime intelligence if they haven't already?
Commissioner, there are allegations, And the allegations are only come forth to fact when we find that the processes have been manipulated. So
Say that again?
there were allegations.
Yes.
Our investigation led us to these allegations, to investigate these allegations.
And the
So when you-
allegation,
when
the
you-
allegation is what? What is the allegations?
Second.
What are the allegations about these people that are listed
point-
from 1.1 up to 1.7 that creates a basis for you to seek their files?
Appointments, vetting processes, that is it, the appointments and vetting processes of the people
Okay.
whom are alleged to have been unlawfully appointed, if I can put it, or irregularly placed in a place for, like as I explained it yesterday, in a position of where you have power, and yeah.
Yeah, no, we've had that discussion.
Yes.
I think that discussion of
Yes.
yesterday,
Yes,
you
yes.
do remember how it went.
Yes.
You're not answering my question. Ms. Silo read for you what Ms. Johnson says is the reason that she's asking for this information.
Yes.
Right? And I know you remember it. Let me not remember.
937?
Yeah,
I think
937, it
there-
says it pertains to manipulation of security vetting processes. Now, her list in Annexure B has got 7 people, and it requires their files from what looks like the beginning of their rise in the SAPS. From Brigadier, that's Kumalo. You say from Brigadier to Major General, and when he becomes Lieutenant General. You do the same with Lishaba. You say when he was Colonel, we want that file, when he's Brigadier, and when he's Major General.
Yes.
Madondo, you do the same. Up to the end, you do that. So my question is, and when I say you, I mean IDEC, and you're the witness, so you know something about
Understood.
this. You keep telling us that you are investigating a bigger scheme. Are you saying to us that this information required of these 7 people, it is because they have been identified in a complaint or in allegations or on some reasonable basis of the investigating director that they are involved in a scheme to capture crime intelligence, these people, these 7 people? Because if your answer is no, and I may be helping you with answering, but I think in fairness, I must say that to you, that if your answer is no, they haven't been identified, then we would have to say, well, Ms. Johnson says that it is because you're looking at manipulation of vetting processes, and there may well be a case of abuse of powers. Hence my question of wanting to know, has an allegation been made that these 7 people are involved in a scheme to capture crime intelligence? Is there such an allegation?
Can I respond?
Yes, you may.
When we say the persons are involved in the capture of crime intelligence, when I say the capture of crime intelligence, is that the activities that are taking place there through the head of crime intelligence with the appointments, these appointments are strategic for the capture of crime intelligence. It's not to say that particular person they have got together and now they're going to go on the capture of crime intelligence. It's the way the appointments took place. Then the other thing, there were reasonable grounds to suspect that these people were involved in some of the allegations. So therefore, on reasonable grounds, these documents were requested to verify and eliminate.
Okay. So
And
where
where positive stuff was found, we took action, and where
Yeah, I'm not at where you take action. I just want to understand what your testimony is about this.
I've answered it.
So I'm going to try one last time. Is there in the file, in that CIN file, or any other document, is there a complaint or an allegation? And please listen to how I express this very carefully. Is there an allegation or a complaint that says Major General Madondo is involved in a scheme to capture crime intelligence? Will we find such a complaint?
No,
Okay,
you
thank
won't
you.
find a complaint like that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So if you, if I can.
I'm sorry,
Chair.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. If you can't, forgive me if Ms. Silo has already asked this question because I remember you touching on section 28. But if we can't find such an allegation, and this not being a referral under 27, you would then have to look to section 28(1)A. Am I correct?
Yes,
For
sir.
you to be able to investigate. Is that correct or not?
So, I can't say at the moment. 21A.
28(1)A, a small a this time.
If I may assist, Colonel,
me-
Yes.
Colonel, please look to your screen. It's about to be projected. That is section 28 of the NPA Act.
Yes.
All right. That's what the chair would like to engage you on. It will be projected soon. I hope you can see from the screen close to you. Enlarge. Oh, I understand they are providing you with a copy of the NPA Act.
Yes, 21A, understood. That's fine. I'm not looking from this book. Thank you.
We are looking at 28(1)A.
I see.
I thought you'd look at the document in your hand. And that's what the chair wants to engage you on.
No.
So
No, I
I'm saying,
understand.
because there may be a referral, but now the focus is on what was not in the referral.
Yes, sir.
And that came out quite clearly when Commissioner Baloyi was engaging you. You have agreed that we will not find this anywhere in the documentation that we have before us.
Yes.
Now, my question is, if it is not a section 27 referral,
Yes.
your next point of entry would have to be section 28(1)A.
21A.
Is that correct? Do you agree?
That's correct as I read it, sir.
Is that what happened here?
I wouldn't say I referred to 21A, but the way I
It would,
conducted.
it would not be you anyway. It would not be you anyway, because it is the investigating director that must be satisfied that there is a reason to suspect. Yes, of course, that doesn't mean the investigating director would then have to investigate personally. She would be inundated if she were to try to do that.
Yes.
But when it comes to you, would this have been on the basis of the satisfaction of the investigating director that there was reason to suspect? Was that the basis?
Of the further investigations,
Yes.
That's been
Let me call them the additional investigations.
additional investigations that came out of it. Sir, I wouldn't go to the 28. I just would go
Where
with
would
the
you go?
continuous,
Where would you go?
with the current investigation that's there, that we're conducting, and these other implicated persons come in. It's just, I will continue with the same investigation with that.
But where do you get the power to do that from? Because you are created by statute and you possess your powers as IDEC, not you personally.
Yes, sir.
You possess your powers in terms of statute. So where would you get this power from? If it's not a referral and if it's not in terms of section 28(1)A, what would your power be
So then I would revive,
as a functionary within IDEC?
yes, sir. As I say, that if I'm investigating something and it's related to this investigation that I'm conducting, let's say, for example, it's a process of I just want to just pause for an example.
You see, as you are thinking, I do understand the legal principle that when you have a power
Yes, sir.
to perform X, you also have the power to do something that is ancillary to X. So it's taken as being part of X. You are still basically exercising the same power. That I understand.
Yes, sir.
But I'm not so sure that going on to vetting and so on would be something ancillary to what had been referred in terms of Section 27. That I would not understand. So it's on that basis that I say, if it's not a 27 referral, then it would have to be on the basis of Section 28(1)(a). Do you follow me?
Yes, sir.
So I go back to my question, where would you get the power from then? Are you suggesting that this vetting issue is ancillary to what had been referred? And if you do, I will find that quite strange.
So, as you mentioned, Section 21A, that the investigating director is empowered there. It would have to come down as an authority for us to investigate further.
Did you get that authority?
No, sir. What
Then
I'm saying-
on what basis then in law did you do so?
In law, sir, look, you're investigating an allegation here, or you're investigating something that has taken place there, but further stuff coming, I will continue on the same basis. On the law part of it, it's there's a crime being committed, so I'm applying that to that specific thing. If there was a criminal offense committed there. Like, let me just jump on the box.
So are you basically saying, despite the provisions of Section 28(1)(a), you have a free hand to investigate whatever you come across, even if you have not been authorized in terms of Section 28(1)(a). And I'm talking authorized because that section does not refer to authorized. I'm saying that purely on the basis that I accept that there's no way that the investigating director can investigate everything herself.
Yes, sir.
So you are saying even without authorization, you come across something and it's not even ancillary to, for example, what had been referred, you have a free hand to investigate as you please. Is that what we are saying?
No, sir. It's
What
not
are you
about,
saying? What are you saying then?
It's not about a free hand to investigate everything and anything. We are in the same scenario or the same investigation of crime intelligence within there, where the allegations is falling within crime intelligence, and within that same investigations you are picking up similar stuff that is there, similar similar offenses that are there. We continue with it because it's still there. But if it's something else,
Let's
outside,
focus on the appointment of Ms. Mukwele. I don't see what's similar between that and investigating issues around vetting. I don't see the similarity.
So, like I said, there's the investigations of Mrs. Mukwele, and there are other investigations related to other
Just show
matters.
me the similarity between issues of vetting and the allegedly improper appointment of Ms. Mukwele. Where's the similarity?
Let me take you to another example, sir.
No. Let's just deal with this one,
Similar
please.
with Mrs. Mukwele.
Yeah.
If we find, for example, there's another brigadier, right, a person that's appointed and irregularly, processes were manipulated, appointments too were manipulated in the sense that there was corruption, there was fraud, there was misrepresentation. We will investigate that too as well. Whilst we're there, it's in the same component, it's in the same.
Colonel, when you said you were giving me an example, I refuse to accept that. You've gone to an example anyway. I'm saying, show me how the issue of the allegedly improper appointment of Ms. Mokwele is similar to the vetting issues that you then proceeded to investigate. Show me the similarity.
You have the appointment of Brigadier Makwele. I'm trying to answer you, Chair. You have the appointment of Brigadier Makwele. You have the allegations of the vetting process too as well within that she was a civilian and there was a certain process that followed that didn't follow the normal process. For example, she did not have a personnel number, but it is stated there that her vetting was captured on a
And
system.
does all of that then take you to vetting?
Yes, it's the vetting part.
And it's
Yes.
and the two are similar.
Yes, it's coupled together because your appointment
All
goes
right,
through
all
the
right, I'll
vetting.
leave it. Ms. Sildo.
Thank you, Chair. That would be the one summons, and now because I'm terribly pressed for time, let's look at the next Section 28 summons.
How much time do you do?
A lot. A lot, unfortunately, Chair.
Okay. No, I was going to say let's sit late.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm indebted to you.
So that I wanted to have an idea how long we will sitting late.
No, I think we'll be here for quite some time. I apologize. Colonel, then we go to file 4. File 4, you'll get assistance now. I'm going to page 1083. 1083. And this is once again a Section 28 summons dated the 6th of February 2025. File 4. It starts, the actual summons starts at 1081. And if you see to the bottom of that page at 1081 is a date stamp, 06/02/2025. So that's when it was issued, signed by Advocate Johnson. And on this particular now summons, if we go to page 1083, perhaps 1082, says the details of the matter or other information. Thank you. Now, they have the background, and below that, you have details of the matter. Again, it's still fraud and corruption. Details of the matter or other information, and you advise the addressee that this investigation pertains to unlawful promotion, appointment of personnel within the division crime intelligence. Now, you will recall that all we know about investigation into appointments in crime intelligence is set out in the Section 27 affidavit by Mr. Adams. And you don't have to go there, you can take my word. At paragraph 4, he states, I suspect that General Kumalo and some other officers in crime intelligence, including Madondo Lushaba, were manipulating procurement processes and processes to appoint and promote certain members of higher strategic positions within crime intelligence. That is the allegation. You heard that. Did you hear what I read?
Yes, I heard part of it.
And now, the bottom of paragraph 4 of that same affidavit, no, it's not here. We dealt with it extensively yesterday, just to remind ourselves. If you have it close by, you can look at it. That's the Section 27 affidavit. And I go back to this Section 27 affidavit because of what you said previously, and I just want to test my understanding. Have you found the affidavit?
I'm getting it now.
Okay, we might as well. CJC 373 file 2. Go to file 2, page 512.
I have it.
Okay. And I'm paragraph 4 of that affidavit. You see what It starts with, I suspect that General Kumaro and some other senior officers in crime intelligence, including Madondo and Lushaba, were manipulating procurement processes and processes to appoint and promote certain members to higher strategic positions within crime intelligence positions. So that's his suspicion. He then gives you the detail, and that's where he references the BMW civilian lady. But I'm interested in the bottom of that, at the end of that paragraph. He concludes, the appointments of the various Secret Service officers in the country must be investigated, as these are likely points to launder money out of crime intelligence without it being detected. So, Mr. Adams would like IDEC to please investigate appointments of the various Secret Service officers, not officers, officers, in the country, because that is the likely point for that money will be laundered. You can cast your eye through the rest of the affidavit. I didn't see anything else about appointments, general appointments into investigation into the appointments at CI. That's all I see. Is that a correct understanding of the affidavit?
Just repeat the last one, Councillor.
I'm saying, all we have is this section 27 affidavit before us.
Yes.
And insofar as appointments other than that of Mrs. Mukwele, what Mr. Adams says is at paragraph 4 at the conclusion thereof, where he suggests the appointments at the various Secret Services offices in the country must be investigated.
Yes.
You agree that's what he's asking for?
Yes, he's asking for the appointments of the various Secret Service officers in the country must be investigated.
Yes.
As they likely points to launder money.
Yes. So this he asks, we know now on the 21st of November. He doesn't specify which office, he doesn't specify which appointments are being queried. He specifies absolutely nothing. So basically, he's inviting a blanket investigation to IDEC to say, go look in there and investigate every appointment, because those officers are the likely points to launder money out of crime intelligence without it being detected. You can't quibble without that interpretation of mine. You agree with me? That's what he's asking.
Yeah, he's asking for all the Secret Services officers in the country.
Yes.
To be investigated. And
no, for the appointments in those offices.
the appointments in those offices
Yes.
to be investigated.
Yes.
So from my understanding there is that in each province, we have a Secret Service account at Crime Intelligence Office.
Yes.
So the commanders of those Secret Service accounts, that's the way I understand it.
Yes. And so across the country.
Yes, there's 9 provinces.
So that's what he had requested.
Yes.
Now, in the course of conducting the Mukwele investigation, we are now, you remember, at 1081, when you are issuing those Section 28 subpoenas. We looked at the request for the vetting results and security clearances for those various people identified therein. In this one, I'd referred us to 1082, details of the matter or other information, and it reads, this investigation pertains to unlawful promotion appointment of personnel within the division, crime intelligence of the South African Police Service. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Then overleaf at 1083, you then request, no, by you I mean IDEC, not you, Colonel Padiache. Advocate Johnson then requests 1, original personal files for the following senior officers of SAPS. Once again, Kumalo Lushaba Madondo, there's a new one now, Moyana, Crime Intelligence Head Office. Nube, we've seen that name before. Janse van Vuren, Mukwele, and Bobby. At 2, this summons requires all original files, records, correspondence, and documents regarding the promotions, appointments of the following senior officers: Kumalo, Lushaba, Madondo, Nube, van Vuren, Mukwele, Bobby. Now, 2 appears not to be particularly interested in Brigadier T. Moyana, although he or she is relevant in 1. This summons, it's in your docket. You'll agree it's way beyond the scope of determining whether or not the appointment of Brigadier Mukwele was as a result of manipulated processes, recruitment processes and vetting processes. You are now investigating the appointment of Kumalo, Lushaba, Madondo, Moyana, Ngube, Van Vuren, Mukwele, and Bobby. Why?
First of all, this Section 28 summons is in this docket. As you can see, this is Mukwele's docket. So this Section 28 summons refers to the documentation requested for documentation of Mukwele and the promotion documents of Mukwele. With regards to the other persons listed here, those documents were also requested for the purposes of this investigation as, also requested too for the purposes of investigation.
Which investigation? Can you help us with the detail? Then perhaps when Advocate Johnson comes, she
Yes.
might be able to assist with the document. Which investigation is that requires these documents?
During the briefing by Chief Investigator Perumal, the appointments and the appointments of these people mentioned here, right? This is what we were requested to subpoena, because their appointments and appointments are also under investigation.
When you say their appointments, you mean their employment by SAPS?
No,
Is that what you mean?
It means their promotions. The
So there are-
appointments, not in the subs, the appointments in the ranks.
So you're saying there's a complaint and an investigation about the appointment of Lieutenant General Kumalo to the rank. You say there's such a complaint.
Yes,
The same with Lushaba, Madondo, Moyana, Ngube,
yes,
Van Vuren, Mukwele, and Bobby.
yes.
There is such a complaint.
Yes, correct, Commissioner.
Before you answer, may I add, that complaint, I take it, is a Section 27 affidavit. It's a Section 27 affidavit because that's the only way that a complaint can come to IDEC. So you confirm that somewhere in IDEC lies such an affidavit.
This is from the briefing of Chief Investigator Perumal. When he comes here,
No, Colonel, I apologize. I
Okay.
interject. It's getting late in the day. The chief's, what do you call it, briefing doesn't assist me. Because the chief's briefing doesn't give legitimacy to the investigation. As the chair the chair and I were having that engagement with you, the only way you legitimize an investigation by IDEC is in terms of Section 27 and Section 28, sub 1, sub A. Neither of them include the chief's briefing. So don't tell me about chief's briefing. So I need you only, and if you answer me yes, I will leave this inquiry and then I will take it up with the right person. But do you tell me confidently that insofar as the appointment and promotions of those other people, other than Mukwele, for now I'll say other than Mukwele, those are subject of a legitimate lawful investigation by IDEC as initiated by a Section 27 affidavit or in terms of Section 28 1A? Is that what you're telling me? And no chief's briefing, I beg.
I want to come back again, and as the chair mentioned, and I'm at pains trying to get through it, Council, and I have thought already that we've addressed it. I cannot answer for somebody else, and I cannot go any further than that. And I will say again, as investigators, we are briefed by the chief investigator, given a scenario, what we have to do, who has to do what, who has to subpoena, what documents are required. Whatever is within my investigation, for example, Mukwele docket, which I have before you, I will do it. There is, I must say, they are being called to answer quite a few times on something that is not beyond me. It's up at the upper management. And where now I'm also asked to expect an opinion on it, which puts me in a very awkward situation. So what I'm saying is, the questions should be relevant to me and my investigation. The people that can answer to the Section 27, 28, they have to come and respond.
I agree.
Thank you.
It's only fair. But at the same time, I must say that you invited this line of questioning because in justifying the broad first Section 28 that was looking into the vetting of everybody beyond Mukwele, including Lushaba and them, you informed the commission that there are other ongoing investigations by IDEC. So I assumed you have some level of knowledge about those investigations, although you are not involved in them. And that is why I'm having this discussion with you. But if you say your information is, or your knowledge is just very general and broad, and if I need any further detail, I should ask management, I'll accept that. I'll pick it up with management.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. May I just respond from your...
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
please.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate that fact. And what I'm saying is that the Chief Investigator knows all the investigations. He can explain them in detail. My investigation is this matter. And therefore, you've seen throughout the couple of days that I've been here, I've been at pains trying to explain something from people that will come and account for. I can account for what is mine, but I know that we have lost a day on Monday, and where I was supposed to follow up and slot in, but it has made my testimony here challenging and difficult. And therefore, sometimes I'm at pains to explain something. And I must say, Chair, it's also affecting me. I'm trying to be open and honest with the Commission. But every day I go back and I try not to look at the TV or social media, but it is there. And I come in with that every morning. So what I'm saying, Council, that I want to assist the Commission. But on the one side, it's coming across that like I'm an accused. And on the other side, I'm coming out as a witness. So I'm either here as an accused or a witness. But what I want to say to you and to the Commission, I'm coming here as a witness to assist the Commission and be of assistance. There may be difficulty in explaining some of the stuff that is here, but it is not done deliberately. It is not done to deceive anybody. I conducted a bona fide investigation. I did what I did according to what I know and according to how I'm briefed, and I've done it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I owe you this explanation, Colonel. You may think that we are repetitive. We are not. Yesterday, when we engaged you extensively, we did so in the context of two affidavits. The first being the Section 27 referral affidavit. The second being the A1 statement/affidavit. Today, Ms. Sillo is taking you through the summonses. And the summonses raise issues that are different to what we dealt with yesterday. So we must naturally go back to the empowering provisions of the NPA Act in order to understand how these summonses and therefore their content, or rather how those provisions bear relevance to the summonses and whatever else may be coming out, because that helps us understand whether what's being done, whether the issuance of the summonses was, or rather had a basis in terms of the empowering provisions. That's why it appears that we are repetitive. We are not. We have to engage with each step that Ms. Sillo wants to deal with to be satisfied that, yes, indeed, there was a legal basis for each one of these various steps to be done. So we'll keep going back to the sections, and to you it may appear, I've already dealt with section 27, I've already dealt with section 28, I've already dealt with that and that, but we must do this, we must engage in this exercise. Do you understand that?
I understand, Chair.
Thank you very much.
May I please respond?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, I must also apologize. It's been a long week, and I'm just human.
Yes,
I'm committed to the job that I do,
yes.
very much. And the 44 years speaks for itself. I come here in a bona fide way for bona fide work and investigation that I conduct. At the Commission itself, I want to answer and give the answers, but sometimes I will struggle with it, but it's not intentional.
Yes.
Because some of it borders on somebody else that has to come and explain it. But there are a lot of factors there that leads to the way I sit here. Part of it is media. I mean, just day before yesterday, we had a security expert, Elridge or Elric or whatever. He referred to me as an enabler that's attached to Brown Makotsi or similar to Brown Makotsi in Nku. Now I'm saying, Commissioner, I'm coming here to assist the Commission. It's a long week. And so far, some of the questions that I'm trying to answer, trying to get across, there are emotions mixed with it. And that's why, Commissioner, I need you to give me the permission yesterday with regards to how I spoke about a gratification. And then when it was put to a future date, understand, Commissioner Boloy, that I was trying to explain it. But when you want to get the words to get out, I find it challenging. So, Commissioner Boloy, when we talk about a gratification, and we talked about the employment as a gratification, but it's also some advantage that you put a person and you appoint a person in a place for a particular advantage. And to elaborate on that, you go to a person and you give him 500,000 or whatever, and you leave him there. And we go to a typical example when I applied my mind. When we look at the matter in the Tallis matter of the former president, Jacob Zuma and Tallis, a retainer was given. When does he have to act? It's any given time. We don't know when it is. So I tried to bring that over to explain it in that. But when the message went out, it's like, oh, you're going to be there for, I'm not saying with respect, Commissioner Boloy, but it's trying to get that message over to say, within PRECA, the advantage is way to describe it, in the second part of the employment, promise of employment, and the advantage. Person is appointed there. We appointed you there. You are now obligated to us and to perform it at some or later stage, But there's an example. You give a person 500 and say, sit there.
Yeah, but
when I come back to you.
Sorry, but that would be, and that's a discussion that I thought you settled yesterday. You were asked directly the question, and I think by Commissioner Kumalo, he asked, so does accepting employment constitutes a gratification? Because that's where he had stopped. And I'm not opening that debate afresh. I'm saying even with this explanation, there's still the problem that in PRECA itself, gratification is when you receive in exchange for something, and that something is what the problem was yesterday. And I don't think you're going to explain it any better than you did, and my suggestion would be, let's rather leave it. It is what it is. I don't see you giving us a better answer about it.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. That was the best I could answer. But just to conclude, Chair, that is the way I am coming across, because you are trying to to have courage and strength and do the right thing. And what I've done, and I feel, and I know deep inside me, I've done the right thing. So if I come across and I take long or whatever, I'm energizing myself to try and respond. But like I said, there's a lot out there with the media, and I say, and a security expert, I'm now an enabler. So maybe I shouldn't turn the TV on tonight because I have to go home tomorrow. Not to delay you any further, Chair, Commissioners, Council,
Yes,
we can proceed.
thank you.
Commissioner Kumalo has a question.
It's
bef-
more a comment than
Okay,
a question,
yeah.
Colonel. Just a quick point. It is the transcript in this commission that will speak for itself.
Sorry, sir.
It is the transcript in this commission that will speak for itself, not the media pundits or social media. So don't worry about that. Just answer truthfully to the best of your ability. And we are only engaging you on the contents of your dockets. This is your docket. You are the docket carrier. And we are engaging you because if we leave these issues and those people come here and we ask them, they will say, this is not my docket. You should have asked Colonel Padeaki. We don't want to run into that problem. So I hope you understand that. Now, my question before we go to T.
Chair, Commissioner Kumalo, if I may, before you pose a question, because I would also want to
On the
address
comment,
the
yeah.
Colonel on this matter. Commissioner Kumalo has made the one point I wanted to make, which is to clarify that I'm engaging with you, as I do on these documents, because it is quote unquote your docket. And I depart from the premise that you are very familiar with it, as you would become over time, and you are able to easily and quickly shed light over the documents that are contained in there to the extent that we may not understand them. So that is why we are having this engagement. I would like to assure you that I am absolutely clear that you are a witness before this commission. You are anything but an accused. You are not an accused. I do not intend to engage with you as an accused, and to the extent that I may have come across as such, I would like to tender my apologies. I considered it to be perhaps a robust engagement on some of these documents, but it was never intended to leave you with the sense that I'm dealing with you as if you are an accused or I'm accusing you of anything in particular. So to the extent that I may have come across as such, I apologize. It wasn't ever my intention. Thank you.
Thank you and appreciate it, Council.
Colonel, these documents we were looking at, the subpoenas with the annexures, who prepared these documents? I know they are signed by Advocate Johnson. Who prepared them for her signature?
The Section 28, it would have been done by Chief Perma.
You had no involvement in the preparation of these documents?
No, sir. I would have had maybe, looked at, whilst he was preparing the document, maybe been next to him and looked at what, Mukwele, what document or something like that, but he prepared it.
So as investigating officer, you had no knowledge of what IDEC was asking for from SEPS or from BMW or from other people? You would not have had knowledge that...
I had knowledge. The request from BMW, I had knowledge.
And this one we are looking at 1083?
This one as well, I had knowledge. What I'm saying here, Commissioner, is that I had knowledge because I was right there when he was preparing it. So it's not that I don't know about it. I'm aware about it, and I confirm that.
So you were there when these documents were prepared?
Yes, sir.
So you can speak to them?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Colonel, can I just follow up on that? I'm happy to limit it to the Mukwele docket because it's your docket. That's a docket you're responsible for. Now, in respect of the Mukwele docket, the information that is requested, eventually signed off by Advocate Johnson in this summons, who determines what to ask for? So, for example, the one that we're looking at 1083, it requires the personnel file of Mukwele. Who says, let's get the personnel file? of Mukwele. It's your docket, remember, you're
Yes.
the lead investigator.
Yes.
The second part requires files, records, correspondence, documents relating to the promotion of Mukwele. And then 3 certified copies of SAP 96 service records for Mukwele, among others, but I'm limiting to Mukwele.
Yes.
And then 4 SAPS 101 personal equipment records for Mukwele. Who makes the determination or who identifies the documents or the information in respect of your docket that must be sought and to be included in this summons?
Chair, Commissioner, thank you. Let me just correct one thing first. Paragraph 4, the 108,
Yes.
Mukwele wouldn't have a 108. Those are personal equipment, firearms and stuff like that, I presume at that time. So that 108 was not, I know because when we look at Mukwele's personal file and Mukwele's original records, that would have been a request from myself. That's why I mentioned it.
So you identify the,
Yes.
the information and the
That I
documents
require.
that must be sought in respect of Mukwele.
Yes.
So you, because it's your docket, so you would have done the same with respect to information relating to General Khumalo, because it's in your, you're investigating the panel, remember?
Yes.
So you would have been the one that says, I require the personnel file of Khumalo. Am I correct?
No.
Okay,
Commissioner.
explain.
Remember that when you look at General Khumalo and the other people that are there, all right, they are on the other investigation. So the chief is requesting these documents because he's got the whole picture of to complete all the investigations. Myself is, for example, Lushaba and Mukwele. So that will be my request there.
Because Lushaba is your docket.
Lushaba
the
is in
Lushaba docket, the other docket
the
is
other
yours.
docket.
Okay.
So whichever accused in my matters, I would be there. But when you look at this here, because General Madondo and the other people are also in other dockets, so the chief handles that. But my specific one will be a request for Mukwele and Lushaba.
Okay. So where you say, so the correspondence to BMW, you would be the one that said, we need to get this from BMW. It's not simply you became aware of it. It is in fact you who identified what should be sought.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I would have asked, okay, I want the employment, the history, everything from BMW, and it will also, the chief would have been there with me while we discussed it, and then I would have said it like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then another question before we take the break, and it's really just to clarify, because I thought from yesterday's evidence I had understood about this reference number, the inquiry reference number, and now this summons confuses me.
Yes.
My understanding of how you testified yesterday was, once you had received the complaint, when I say you, I mean IDEC, and the case was decided to be taken on, you don't allocate it a CAS number. It gets allocated an inquiry number.
Yes.
Until it graduates
Yes.
to a CAS number at some point along the
Yes.
way. Now, this summons, they bear a reference number. And I've understood you to say the reference number, which is the CIN number, is the same as it's an inquiry number.
Yes.
Now, here we have only one inquiry number. We have only if you look at 1081, we've given a single inquiry number, and yet you are telling us that the rest of the information, for example, on 1083 relates to other dockets. Can you just explain how it works?
From the way
And what it means that we now just have one inquiry number in respect of many cases, in fact.
Yes. When you look at all the cases, the inquiry is on crime intelligence. It's how can I put it to you? It's one investigation that has many legs. So it's got one inquiry number. So we use that reference. Then, if you look, Commissioner, remember when you were talking about an inquiry file, you will notice that what's in the inquiry file is transferred into the docket. For example, the the section 28, and it's together with what we requested is the documents. So that is how it is. Then if you look in the other dockets, you will find a CIN number 28, this very same 28, together with the relevant documents that's for that particular docket will be filed in that docket under that CIN number. So the inquiry number is CIN with different legs in it.
Okay, so this number, look at 1081. You have CIN 0130 02 12 2024. What are those numbers? What do they represent? Just look at it.
It's the serial number.
With a date.
Of
with
the
a date.
28, yes.
What is the date there? Which part is the date?
When you look at it, it's December 2024.
02 December 2024?
Yes.
That is the date.
No, the 12 is December 2024.
So this inquiry opens in December 2024.
Yes.
And before December 2024, there was no crime intelligence investigation broad, because you say this represents a broad crime intelligence investigation,
Yes.
which has many legs. So we can accept from this date that the first time that an inquiry is open and registered on your system is in fact in December 2024, and it is this broad inquiry.
When you look at the 2813, when it was authorized, 2813, in December 2024, so that's where we take our cue from in the inquiry in December 2024.
Yes, I think my question is simpler. In December 2024, in fact, let me rephrase. Does the date on this inquiry file, this reference number,
Yes.
which says December 2024, does it denote or tell me that this broad, big inquiry into crime intelligence that you're talking about, which has many legs, was open in December 2024?
December 2024.
That's what that date tells me.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
And I note that Commissioner Kumalo first and then Commissioner Baloyi mentioned a very interesting concept of a tea break, but before I inquire further into that, just a follow-up to Commissioner Baloyi's question to close on this subject. That CIN number, no, I'll restart. We now have come to understand that you are investigating specifically the Mokwele appointment. But that happens in the context of a broader investigation, as you say, with many legs. So we are trying to find documents pertaining to the investigations of the appointments and promotions of the General Kumalo, General Madondo, all those people listed there, correct? That's what we are now interested in, to understand that bigger investigation that you say is underway into crime
Yes.
intelligence,
Yes.
right? If I understand you correctly, as a guidance, that investigation will be part of that CIN number, 0130-02-12-2024.
Yes, December
So
20.
it's all part of the same
Yes.
file.
The same, yeah, it's part of the same investigation.
Yes.
What happens is that the inquiry, the CIN, where the investigation is, that's where your 2813 document is in.
Yes, yes.
Now, all the things that initially would have been in that file, for example, now most of them will be summonses or any other attachments, it gets transferred into the docket.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
As has happened in your particular
Yes.
investigation.
So you won't find this now in a CIN file because this is the docket now.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. Remember, now we are in pursuit of this bigger investigation into crime intelligence.
Yes.
And we are trying to establish the authorization for that investigation.
Yes.
We know from your our description of the CIN number that
Yes.
it would have been initiated in December of 2024.
Yes.
And we just want to see whether how was it, on what basis it was initiated? Was it a Section 27 affidavit, or was it a decision by the ID in terms of Section 28(1)A? Because there is no other way. So that you and I understand what our next step is. It's perhaps then I think, yeah, the inquiry is best addressed to Advocate Johnson as the head of the institution, and then she will direct our request and, subpoena to the right person.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. That tea break would be more than welcome. Thank you.
Let's adjourn and resume at 10 to 5.
Thank you, Chair.